was dancing on waves out on the sea. The stars of heaven hovered in a shimmering galaxy. A voice from down the ages, so haunting in its song. These ancient stars will tell us our love must make us strong. The breeze had wrapped around me as I stood there on the shore. And listened to this voice like I never heard before. A battles they may find us, no choice may ours to be. Hold the banner proudly, and truth will set us free. My mind was called across the years, righteous and to strive, and all for human misery and all the waste of life. We wondered where our God was, the face of so much pain, and I looked up to the stars above to find you once again. Traveled the wide oceans, but many call your name. Sword and gun and hatred, it all seemed much the same. Some used your name for glory, some used it for their gain. Yet when liberty lay wanting, no lives were lost in vain. Is it not a place to wander as the sky does weep with tears? But all the living creatures look on with mortal fear. It is ours to hold the banner, it is ours to hold it long. It is ours to carry forward, our love must make us strong. And as the warm wind carried its song into the night, I closed my eyes and tarried until the morning light. As the last star it shimmered and the new sun's day by, it was in this magic moment came this prayer from my moonlight, it was dancing the waves out on the sea. The stars of heaven hovered in a shimmering galaxy, and a voice from down the melting with song. These ancient stones would tell us our love must make us strong. This glancing light is like a morning star, a setting sun or rolling waves at sea, a change of breeze, a lightning in a storm, a dancing dream of all eternity. The sun was shimmering in the morning light, and dancing off the tunes so far away. The night held music so sweet, so long. There we lay until the break of day. We bought woke that morning at the onward call. A camel's brightened up a hoarder's fall. The sun was rising in the eastern sky, just as we set out to the desert's cry, calling yearning, calling home to you. The Thames grew smaller as we rode away on up that tells of many passing days, months of peace and all the years of war, the lives of love and all the lives of fears. Holy, we crossed the riverbeds all etched in stone, and up the mighty mountains ever known, beyond the valleys in the searing heat, until we reach the caravans of Rye. Holy, what is this life that pulls me far away? What is this home where we cannot reside? What is this life that pulls me onward? My heart is full when you are by my side. Holy, Past that far off hill, tower held in the sky. Hear that in the dark blue night, music calling us home. See there in that far off field, flowers turn to the sky.
We welcome everybody.
Hear there in that dark blue night,
Let me take care of the music.
calling us
About music. Hello.
Always guide our way.
Why it's going so slow, but okay. So here we are. Welcome to this week's World Alliance of Qara'im Torah study. Let's get rid of that. Let's pop that one on. Let's get rid of that. Let's do a sound check. There we go. Let's do a sound check. Can I get a sound check, please? How does the sound sound? Just give me a Y or a check or I don't know, some kind of confirmation. Shabbat Shalom, Mar Yanana Miknana. Took me about 2 years to be able to pronounce your nickname correctly and include all of the syllables. I think I've gotten it now. Sparkling water, the best. Okay, so can you guys hear me okay? Everybody? Sounds good? Okay, excellent. If the sound gets bad, then then let me know, okay? All right, so here we are. We are going to be doing today Parshat Ki Teitzei. And this is Deuteronomy 21 through 25. So basically about 4 chapters, okay? We'll see what we can get through. We'll do as best we can. Did I get a haircut? No, I did not get a haircut. I have to get a haircut, but I did not get a haircut. But I combed it. Sometimes I do that. Okay. All right, so all right, let's see here. Let's go over to Torah. Well, wait a second. I've got to share the screen correctly. Let me come back here. I'm trying something a little bit different today, so just bear with me. So you don't see that picture in a picture in a picture like usual. I did it a little bit differently. But let's see if it works now. So I've got to do this. I'm going to do present, share screen, window. Then we go to Torah. And then we press the button and magically, there we go. Magically it should work. Okay, so let's see here. We'll see if this works. Okay. So we said in Deuteronomy 21. Last week, if you remember, we left off on Deuteronomy 17:9, which is a critical passage for us Karaites, because the Rabbinites use it as a polemic against the Karaites. So just to review, in case you're ever debating a Rabbinite or hunting a Rabbinite, because now it's Rabbinite hunting season. That's a joke. It's like rabbit hunting season. Rabbinite hunting. You get it? Rabbinite. Yeah. Whatever. Please don't go out and hunt Rabbinites. Not until the tribulation comes, then you can go hunt Rabbinites. Okay, that's a joke too. All right, Bata, verse 9. Ubata el hakohanim halewiim wa'el hashofet asher yi'eb ya'amim hahem ve'darashta ve'higidu lecha et dvar hamishpat. So you shall go. You shall go to the Kohen, to the Kohens, and to the Levites, and to the judge, which will be in your days. Asher yeh biyamim hahem. I'm sorry, which will be in those days, And this is the key phrase. This is the phrase, these 4 words are what the rabbis use to justify their own power very conveniently. And you shall seek out, and they shall tell you the basically they shall tell you the verdict, literally the matter of judgment or the word of judgment. Verse 10, where עשית על פי הדבר אשר יגידו לך מן המקום ההוא אשר יבחר יחווה ושמעת לעשות ככל אשר יורוך. And you shall do according to the word, according to the thing which they shall tell you from that place which Yahweh shall choose, and you shall be careful to do according to all that they instruct you. And then it goes on to say that if you deviate to the left or the right, then the penalty is death. So the key is that the rabbis like to say that you shall, if the case is too difficult to solve in the local courts, the courts in your gates, we spoke about that last week, then you go up to the Kohanim and the Levites and to the judge who will be, well, that's when, whereas afterwards, but when, who shall be in those days? So the rabbis say, oh, you have to go to the judges in your days. Who are the judges in our days? It's us, the rabbis. How convenient. It doesn't matter that we stole the nation away from the Sadducees, from the Hashmoneans, from the rightful leaders of the nation, who are the Kohanim, the Levites, the judge, 3 of the things we see here, the house of David, the elders, the tribes, and the leaders of the tribes. No, it doesn't matter that we stole the leadership, we usurped the nation of Israel, took over for ourselves, and now we're conveniently interpreting Deuteronomy 17:9 to mean that you come to us. How convenient. None of that matters, because we are the rabbis, and we get to interpret it, and we interpret it that it means us. And since we interpreted that it means us, that we're the judges, so that means we get to judge, and we get to interpret, which means we interpret it as us. And it's like just a big circle that goes around and around, a giant circular argument. Okay, so that is how the rabbis justify and like to justify their own power, their own usurpation of the nation of Israel. And I would say there's so much to say about this, but I would say, oh God, there's just so much to say. The rabbis, again, not individual rabbis. I have individual rabbis who are friends, and they're great. They're wonderful people. They don't even realize the cult they've been indoctrinated into. So I'm not talking about individuals. There are some who are a little bit more knowledgeable, and they could and should be held responsible for latching onto such a distorted version of the Torah. But this movement is evil. It's absolutely evil. Rabbinical Judaism was, and will be, until it's eradicated off the face of the earth, will be the destruction of the nation of Israel. It is a distortion of the Torah. There are examples where you could see that the rabbis go 180 degrees. They don't just deviate a little bit. They deliberately, intentionally interpret the Torah in a way that's 180 degrees in opposition to what the Torah says. The 2 classic examples that I always like to give is that the Torah is so clear that descent is patrilineal. Your identity within Israel is based on your father's identity within Israel. What tribe you belong to, whether you're an Israelite, it's all based on what the status of your father was. You inherit the status of your father, okay? And what do the rabbis say? It goes by the mother. Another example, and by the way, I'm quite sure, I believe they did this deliberately to distort who is a Jew, who's an Israelite, and who's not an Israelite. Basically, they kind of did what the left is doing in the United States, flooded the borders with non-Israelites to kind of basically to take over for themselves, because they knew that if they had a lot of non-Israelites flooding into the nation, that then those people would support them, because they are the ones who are allowing them to come into the nation in the first place. Kind of like the way the Democrats work, right? If we open the borders and we allow illegal people immigrants, whatever you want to call them, to flood into the nation, we know that they're going to support us because we're the ones who let them in the first place. The rabbis and the Democrats play exactly the same disgusting game, in my opinion. I also believe that the rabbis are responsible largely for the destruction of the Second Temple. I believe they deliberately wanted to destroy the Second Temple. You can already see that rabbinical synagogues were already sprouting up. I think maybe, again, I don't remember exactly what the earliest rabbinical synagogue they found is, but probably already 200 to 300 years before the destruction of the Second Temple, which means they were already planning, they already had it in their mind to move the seat of power away from the temple in Jerusalem, away from the centralized temple in Jerusalem, and move the seat of power into their own hands, into these decentralized, well, not so decentralized synagogues, because they had a structure too, right? They had a Pharisaic structure to it. Another example of the way, and in doing so, they are like, and this has been pointed out by a number of Karaite commentators, they are like Yerovam ben Nevat. Who's Yerovam ben Nevat? Yerovam ben Nevat was the rival to the son of Solomon. When Solomon died, his son Rehoboam ben Shlomo became the king over all of Israel. And quickly there was a split, as happens often in churches, synagogues, and etc. One lecturer I was listening to said they used to say when the kids, let's have this church and split. At any rate, so there was a split between the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judea, and so Rehoboam remained king over the southern kingdom of basically Judah and Benjamin, and maybe a little bit of a couple of other tribes like Shimon, and then the northern kingdom, which was the vast majority of the land, broke off and became the kingdom of Israel, and that was under the kingship of Yerovam ben Nevat. So this Yerovam, what did he do? Immediately he saw there was a problem. I think we spoke about this maybe a week or two ago. He saw there was a problem that the kingdom would come back together into one, something he did not want because he was the breakaway kingdom. If the constituents, if the citizens, if the subjects of his kingdom were to continue going up to Jerusalem to pray, he saw this as a problem. This is explicit in the Nach, in the Nevi'im. So he saw this as a problem that his constituents, his subjects, would continue going back to Jerusalem to pray, and eventually that would cause the kingdom to slip back out of his hands and the kingdom to rejoin as a unified kingdom. That was his fear, at least, because still the center would be Jerusalem, which was in the southern kingdom, which was in the territory of Rehoboam. So he came up with an idea. He set up 2 golden calves, and he put one in Beth El, and he put the other one in Dan. Beth El is right near Jerusalem, so it's almost like a sister city to Jerusalem. It's about maybe 10 kilometers from Jerusalem. So he put one right near there, and he put the other one in Dan, which is all the way up in the northern border of Israel. It's been excavated. It's at a place called Tel Dan. You can visit it in this day and age. The excavations there. So he put these 2 golden calves there, and he said, "These are your gods, Israel, who took you out of the land of Egypt." The exact same words that Aaron used when he made the golden calf way back when in the desert at Mount Sinai. Okay, so what was the point? The point was that this was his way, by taking worship, by funneling, or by attracting, or by sucking worship away from Jerusalem and to these 2 alternate places of worship, Beth El and Dan, with their golden calves, using the same tactic that Aharon used to quell the Israelites, or to satisfy the Israelites' lust to worship, God, Yahweh, in visual form. So by doing this, he therefore said, now the people of my kingdom, my northern kingdom of Israel, won't have to go back to Jerusalem to pray in Jerusalem, and therefore I would risk losing the northern kingdom out of my hands and the kingdom reunifying, something that I, Yerovam ben Nevat, do not want. So now I've given them 2 alternate places of worship within my kingdom, which will prevent them from going back to Jerusalem and potentially reunifying the kingdom. And that was his idea. And we see that it worked because the kingdom never did reunify. In fact, it was eventually destroyed by the Assyrians, and then the southern kingdom was destroyed by the Babylonians, as you all know. And so this was Yeroboam's idea to take power away from the rightful owners, or from the rightful power structure that had been put in place by Yahweh himself. Again, who were the Kohanim, the Levites, the prophets, the judges, the heads of the tribes, etc. But really from the Kohanim, the Levites, the judge, because we just saw in Deuteronomy 17:9 that it's the judge who is in that place, in that special place. The Kohanim and the Levites are in that special place because that's their province. The Kohanim are ministering in the temple, in the tabernacle. So it was a way of usurping the power, the rightful power that Yahweh had placed into the nation of Israel, and the rightful leaders of the nation of Israel usurping it, and doing so by essentially sucking away or diverting power from, and centralization from, the main place, from the only place that Yahweh says again and again and again throughout the Torah and throughout the Tanakh that he chose to place his name, the only place that we're supposed to sacrifice to him, that we're supposed to serve him in a cultic form, and that is the place that was not yet at this time, but that was eventually, already in the time of Yeroboam ben Nevat, it had been chosen, but at this time, back in when Deuteronomy was being recited, was being written, and not yet been chosen, but which was Jerusalem. This is the place that Yahweh chooses, the only place, the special place that he chooses to make his name dwell, and only there are we supposed to sacrifice to him. Only there are we supposed to have the central place of worship. So the rabbis did kind of the same thing by already setting up synagogues while the second temple was still standing. And yes, they used all of their excuses. Sacrifices it should be replaced with prayer. The temple is eventually going to be destroyed. They had all of their excuses, but the bottom line is, I think they had a deliberate mission to divert power from the place that Yahweh chose to make his name dwell, from Jerusalem, and scatter it and fazer, how would you say that in English? And to I can't think of the word I want to say in English, but to basically break it up and to weaken it, or to decentralize it to all of these places called the synagogues that the rabbis started setting up in maybe the 1st or 2nd century BCE. And this was a deliberate attempt to take away power, to usurp power from the righteous leaders of the nation of Israel. Again, the Kohanim, the Levites, the house of David, the judge, the prophet, and so on. So the rabbis used the same tactic as Yeroboam ben Nevat to usurp the power of Israel, usurp the rightful power that was placed into Israel by Yahweh himself in the Torah. And eventually, I think that they realized that the very existence of the Second Temple was a threat to their power structure, was a threat to them, was a threat to their movement, to the Pharisaic movement. And I think that implicitly and sometimes explicitly, they fought for and eventually succeeded in destroying the Second Temple. That's the Pharisees. You don't want to go against the powers that be. Where I'm living, I'm having a little situation with the synagogue I belong to, where I stood up for something that I believed in, and I'm now facing the wrath of the powers that be. Discombobulate. Yeah, discombobulate. There we go. That works. And I'm now facing the wrath of the powers that be. They're trying to ban me from the synagogue, even though I don't. What am I doing going to a synagogue? Well, I do. I go there to hang out with my fellow Jews. And plus, even though it's officially an Orthodox synagogue, there are people of all different Jewish backgrounds there: conservative, reform, and one Karaite, whether they know it or not. At any rate, so this is the way I understand what the rabbis were up to. They were behind and waiting for the destruction of the Second Temple. This is why they were against the Hashmoneans. This is why they started building synagogues. This is why they changed patrilineal descent to matrilineal descent, so they could distort the distort the idea of who is an Israelite, who is not an Israelite. This is why they changed the holidays. They said the year starts in the first day of the 7th month, which is coming up very soon, rather than in the first day of the 1st month, as we see in Exodus chapter 12, verse 2. And many other examples of how they went 180 degrees against the Torah. The rabbinical/Pharisaic movement is evil. It is evil on the face of the earth. And as everybody who knows me knows, I am not a Christian or Messianic in any way, shape, or form. Far from it. But one thing I always do love to point out, because I used to interact with this one rabbi, the last rabbi I learned with before I became a Karaite. His name, I don't even mind saying his name. His name is David Bar Chaim. Interesting fella. I don't agree with him on many things anymore, but it was a stepping stone between rabbinical Judaism and Karaism. This was back already about 25 years ago. And what was I going to say? Sometimes do that. I lose my train of thought. What was I going to say? I forgot what the heck I was going to say. Oh, geez. What was I going to say? I can't remember what I say. Somebody remind me, please. What the heck was I going to say? What was I talking about? All right. I don't know. Let's move on. At any rate, I'm sure it'll come to me. So, okay, we're going to start digging into the Parshat Shavua. And I cannot wait to hug you again. When are you coming back to China, America? I don't know. I'm honestly scared to go back to that place. I mean, it's getting more and more cuckoo by the day. You know, I don't want to be caught in the crossfire when it goes down the drain. But I might come back at least for a visit soon. Is the truth. So yeah, what was I saying? So I was talking about the rabbis. I wanted to make a certain point, and now I can't remember what it is. Darn it! And it was a good one too, or an important one. All right, I don't know. Oh yes, thank you. This sounds like they may have had a hand in compiling the New Testament read-math. That's exactly what I was going to say. I was saying I'm not a Christian in any way, shape, or form. But this guy, Rabbi Bar Chaim, the last one I learned with, he used to say, oh yes, your criticism of the rabbis today is correct. Yes, we're very legalistic. Shabbat Shalom, Daniel Solomon. We're very legalistic and yes, the laws, the minutia of the laws gotten out of control, but that's not real Judaism. This guy, this David Bar Chaim, Rabbi David Bar Chaim, like I said, interesting fella, was very interesting. Was very interested in bringing back what he considered original Judaism. In fact, ironically, he really was. There were many people along the way, but he was one of the people who pushed me to the next stage in reaching Karaism. Because he always say that to paraphrase him, that modern Judaism is not the real thing, that a lot of halakha was added on, that we can reject or disregard a lot of the modern halakha, like he would point to the Shulchan Aruch. I don't know if he would outright reject it, but he would downgrade it. He even downgraded the Babylonian Talmud and instead upgraded the Jerusalem Talmud. I don't know, he had a whole complicated philosophy. But the point is that he would always say, today's Judaism is not the real thing. Back then, in the time of the Pharisees, in the time of Rabbi Akiva, or before Rabbi Akiva, in the time of Hillel and Shammai and all of the early rabbis, this was real Judaism. This is what we want to get back to. It was different then. It wasn't hyper legalistic. It wasn't full of excessive halachot and all kinds of minutia. And then I would say to him, "Oh, really? Well, how do you explain then?" And again, I always point out, because who knows who joined in the last 3 minutes, I am not in any way, shape, or form not a Messianic, not a Christian, never have been, never will be. But I always like to point out, or I would used to point out to him, well, then how do you explain Yeshua's criticism of the Pharisees in the New Testament? It's the same damn criticism, right? In fact, let's even find it. Hold on a second. Okay, go back here. Let's look. Where is it? Matthew 21 or something like that. Jesus' criticism of the Pharisees. 23. Matthew 23, that works. Okay. What are you blind guides? Okay, so, and again, I'm just using the New Testament as a historical document, and I'm using it as a way to disprove what this rabbi, this rabbi used to say to me that this is not the way the Pharisees were back then. That Judaism has become distorted, but the original Pharisaic Judaism, that's the real thing. That's what we need to get back to. Oh, really? It's not the way they were back then? Then how do you explain this criticism? And then Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, the teachers of the law and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat, so you must obey them. And I know there's one other Karaite is big on this word here, but we won't get into that. So you must obey them and do everything they tell you, but do not do what they do, for they do not practice what they preach. They tie up heavy loads and put them on men's shoulders, but they are not willing to lift a finger to move them. Everything they do is done for men to see. They make their phylacteries wide and tassels on their garments long. It sounds exactly like the rabbis of today. Nothing has changed. They love the place of honor at banquets and the most important seats in the synagogues. They love to be greeted in the marketplace and have men call them a rabbi. But you are not to be called rabbi, for you have only one master and you are all brothers, blah, 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 blah. Let's skip ahead a little bit. Woe to you, verse 13. So this is Matthew chapter 23, verse 13. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites. You shut the kingdom of heaven in men's faces. You yourselves do not enter, nor will you let those enter who are trying to. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites. You travel over land and sea to win a single convert, and when he becomes one, you make him twice as much of a son of hell as you are. Woe to you, blind guides. You say, if anyone swears by the temple, it means nothing. But if anyone swears by the gold of the temple, he's bound by his oath. And this is like some kind of legalistic halakha that the rabbis had back then. You blind fools, which is greater, the gold or the temple that makes the gold sacred? You also say, if anyone swears by the altar, it means nothing. But if anyone swears by the gift on it, he is bound by his oath. You blind men, which is greater, the gift or the altar that makes the gift sacred? Therefore, he who swears by the altar swears by it and everything on it. And he who swears by the temple swears by it and the one who dwells in it. Let's skip ahead a little bit. You blind guides, verse 24. This is Matthew chapter 23, verse 24. You blind guides, you strain at a gnat, but swallow a camel. Woe to you, again, talking about the minutiae. They'll strain gnats out of their drinks because they're afraid they're going to eat a tiny little bug because it's unkosher. Woe to you, but they're violating the real big picture of the Torah. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites. You clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside they are full of greed and self-indulgence. Blind Pharisee, first clean the inside of the cup and dish, and then the outside will also be clean. Woe to you, teachers of the law and the Pharisees, you hypocrites. You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of dead men's bones and everything unclean. In the same way, on the outside you appear to people's righteous, but on the inside you are full of hypocrisy and wickedness. We could skip ahead a little bit. You get the idea. You brood of vipers, you snakes. And then where does it speak about tithing on the cumin and the dill? I think it is. Let's see. That's a different speech, I guess. Let's find that one. Pharisees, tithing, cumin, herbs. There we go. Boom. No, I don't want images of Pharisees tithing herbs. Oops, I got to plug it in a second. Oh, so it is. Okay. Okay, so it is Matthew 23. Let's see. Let's go down. Blah, 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 blah. I don't see here. But at any rate, it speaks about the basic idea is that the New Testament there is speaking about how the rabbis are so caught up in the minutia of the law, but they are not correctly keeping the law in reality. Okay. So therefore, again, for those of you who maybe missed the original point, again, I will say for the third time, maybe it's already the fourth time, I am not, never have been, never will be a Christian or a Messianic, far from it. But I used to use those verses as a polemic because those verses were quoting Jesus, who lived at the time of, who lived in the first century, right? In fact, that's why it's called the first century, and showing that this rabbi who I used to learn with, his claim that modern Judaism is, yes, distorted, but back in the day, those were the real Pharisees. That was the true Judaism. That was before all the baloney Yes, stay far away from the czar for sure. That was before all the baloney made its way into Judaism. So I would use these verses in the New Testament to say you are full of baloney because you are full of crap because this guy Jesus had the same criticisms of the Pharisees back then 2,000 years ago that I, as at that point a burgeoning or a budding Karaite, have today. So don't tell me that the Pharisees were not hyper legalistic back in those days. Don't tell me that they've changed and that they're different. They're the same back then as they were now. They are distorters of the Torah. They are 180%. They are 180% in opposition to the Torah. They are usurpers over the nation of Israel. They stole the nation of Israel away from the righteous leaders of the nation of Israel as ordained by Yahweh in the Torah. The Kohanim, the Levites, the judge, the prophets, the heads of the tribes, the elders, they took over the nation for themselves, and they've held on to it for the past 2,300 years. And in doing so, more than 2,300 years, and they invited the Romans in. They wrote a letter to the Romans and invited them in 67 BCE. So we're in, what are we up to? What year are we? 2023. Okay, so yeah, 2,100 years. And so don't give me this baloney that they were the real thing back then, but now their movement is distorted. From the day they arose, they were out to destroy and usurp the nation of Israel. They were out to blur the distinction between who's an Israelite and who's not an Israelite. They were out to deliberately change in 180-degree opposition the laws of the Torah. We have this fake holiday coming up that the rabbis call Rosh Hashanah, which is called in the Torah Yom Teruah, but they call it Rosh Hashanah because it means the new year. We know that the new year is in the first day of the first month, not the first day of the seventh month. The first day of the first month and the seventh month, they're 180. They're in exact, if you put the year in a circle, the camera, they're 180 degrees. They're on opposite sides of that circle, right? First month, seventh month, because a typical Hebrew year has 12 months. Yes, sometimes it's intercalated and has 13 months, but usually it has 12 months. And they take the head of the year and they move it 180 degrees on the other side of the circle. They take patrilineal descent, they change it to matrilineal descent. And those are just examples. Those are just a couple of examples. They take away the power of the central place of worship, the temple. They cry crocodile tears over the destruction of the temple. They say that they pretend as if they're very sad that the temple is being destroyed, and meanwhile, in reality, behind the scenes, they are already setting up synagogues all over the place, waiting, chomping at the bit for the temple to be destroyed, so that they could have more power. Because the temple was a threat to their power. Because even though, yes, in the later years, the institutions of the temple were corrupt, nonetheless, it still was, the second temple still was a central place of worship for all the nation of Israel. And with that gone, now the Pharisees didn't have a rival in their power structure. Okay? So that's that little rant. With that being said, we can go on to this week's Torah portion. You guys just got to give me 1 second. I have to plug in. So I'm not even going to put the music on. Just excuse me. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let me plug in. And as I always like to say, the proof is in the pudding. Not a single good thing happened to the nation of Israel in the time that the rabbis have been in control. The entire past 2,100 years under rabbinical control, under Pharisaic/rabbinical control, the nation has been nothing but a series of expulsions, pogroms, holocausts, you name it, right? Not a single good thing happened to the nation of Israel over the past, over the past 22,000 years, we'll say, right? The only good thing that happened, the only positive thing that happened, one second, please. There we go. The only positive thing that happened was, excuse me, let me plug in for a second, then I'll continue. One sec. One more second. The only positive thing that happened to the people of Israel in the past, if you're saying the Rabbinites are not Torah observant, I'll get to that in a second. The only positive thing that happened to the nation of Israel in the past 2,000 years is the reestablishment of the state of Israel, and that was spearheaded not by rabbinical Jews, but by secular Jews, people who rejected rabbinical Judaism. And I can go into a whole other rant as to what's going on today in the state of Israel, that basically you have the two extreme sides playing off each other. The Rabbinites are with their distorted form of religion, and that causes a backlash, which is the Chilonim, the secular, and that causes a backlash on the religious side. And so the two sides are in opposition to each other. And really the solution was, and always has been finding the proper balance, which is what we can call Karaism, true Torah, Tanach, whatever you want to call it. And that would, in a nutshell, solve all of the problems in the state of Israel. But the two sides are too busy fighting with each other and backlashing against each other. And so that's the situation you have. In terms of, do the rabbis follow Torah? Are the rabbis Torah observant? Well, again, another quip, proverb, I guess you could call it, whatever you want to call it, that I've been saying for years, is that if you go to Israel, the true Dati'im are the Chilonim, and the true Chilonim are the Dati'im. Okay, I'll translate that in the English. The non-religious are actually the religious, and the religious are actually the non-religious. Meaning to say that can I say they don't follow any Torah? You know, there's nothing is black and white. They do things which are in line with the Torah, and they do many things which are distortions of the Torah. Okay, but in general, I would say that to make it very simple, if I had to put in black and white, correct, I would say they don't follow the Torah, that they're actually anti-Torah, and I would say that the secular are actually the real religious ones, because they won't put up with the rabbinical bullshit, and so they reject it altogether. And really, not all of them, there's some secular who are just hate Torah, hate God, hate everything. But your average secular person, their basic mentality in Israel is that the religious, we cannot, whatever form of Judaism the religious are putting forward, the Dati'im are putting forward, we can't put up with this, so we're just going to throw out the baby with the bathwater, and we're going to reject everything. The implication being that if, in my opinion, if true Torah came along, then most of the Chilonim, many of the Chilonim would accept it, and many of the Dati'im, Chilonim and secular in Israel, many of the Dati'im, which means the religious in Israel, would reject it, because they're so entrenched in their cult, their rabbinical Pharisaic cult. They're so addicted to their power and their money and all of the BS that goes along with it. They're not going to give up their power. So even if the Messiah were to come along today and come down from the heavens, not something I believe in, but let's just say if the Messiah were to come down from the heavens and land on Jerusalem, I think it would be the non-religious that would accept him far more than the religious would, because the religious would say, this guy's not really religious. He doesn't wash his hands 3 times and ritually wash his hand 3 times before eating the meal. He doesn't wear a black hat. He doesn't blah 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 blah, all that kind of stuff. So they would reject him, but I think a lot of the secular would say, wow, this is what we've been looking for all the time. This is okay. Now we understand the Dati'im, the religious, the Pharisees, the rabbis. That's not real Torah. This guy's real Torah. We accept them, and so that's the irony. So therefore, yes, I always like to say that the religious are actually the non-religious in Israel, and the non-religious are actually the religious in Israel. That's putting it in a nutshell. Obviously, it's more complicated than that, but that's the way I like to express it. Okay. All that being said, let's go on now to this week's Parsha. And we are starting in Deuteronomy. We're going to have to skip ahead. We're starting in Deuteronomy 21:10. So let's pick it up at the beginning of Deuteronomy 21. Okay. Oh, this is interesting stuff. So these are more laws. Oh, Deuteronomy 20 we got to do. Oh man, Deuteronomy 20 is is intense, man. Deuteronomy 20 is what do they call it? Not woke. What's the opposite of woke? They say oh God, what do they call it again? Based. That's the word I was looking for. Deuteronomy 20 is based. There you go. Like the right wing opposite of woke. Basically, kill all the Canaanites. Everything. Don't let. Let's do it. It's so interesting. Deuteronomy 20. We'll start in Deuteronomy 20, even though it's last week's parsha. Okay. All righty. Any questions? Any comments so far? Anybody? Okay, if you do, just type it in. In the meantime, we're going to move on to Deuteronomy 20. So we're in Deuteronomy 20, verse 1. Let me just make sure you can see. Good. Excellent. Okay. So we're going to start here. This is good stuff, man. Ki Teitzei, as a former Kahanist, I can't really call myself a Kahanist anymore, but back in the day I was, because as a very good friend of mine, a fellow Karaite, says that the real goal of the Kahanist movement, besides expelling all the quote unquote expelling all the Arabs from the land of Israel, the real goal of the Kahanist movement is to establish what he calls a rabbino-fascist state. In other words, they're not really interested in setting up a Torah state. They're interested in setting up a Talmudic state. That's really what Rabbi Kahana wanted. So I agree with some of what he did, and I used to be a very diehard Kahanist back in the day, but and I used to travel a lot in Kahanist circles, but I really haven't for many years, although obviously there's some things that I still overlap with his philosophy. Okay, any rate, Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 1, Ki Teitzei lemilchama al oivecha ve'ra'ita sus warechev am rav mimcha lo tira mehem ki Yahweh Elohecha imach hama'alcha me'eretz Mitzrayim. So when you go out to war upon your enemies and you see sus varechev, you see horses and chariots, am rav, a great amount of people or a great army. I'm sorry, am rav mimcha, an army that is much greater than you, much larger than yours. Lo tira mehem. Of course, that reminds us of the story of Gidon. Lo tira mehem, do not fear them. Ki Yahweh Elohecha imach, because Yahweh your God is with you. Hama'alcha me'eretz Mitzrayim, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. In other words, I'm the same God that brought you up out of the land of Egypt. If I could do what I did for you, if I could do for you what I did to Egypt, then this is katan alai. Then taking care of an army that's bigger than you, this is nothing. So don't worry, I'm with you. I have your back. That's basically what Yahweh is saying, and he, as often does in the Torah. Well, this is Moshe saying it, but as the Torah often says, the Torah often points out to show not just Yahweh's strength, but also Yahweh's readiness, his loyalty to the people of Israel, to his beloved people of Israel, and his readiness to protect them and fight for them. This is often brought up. We've seen this, hundreds of times throughout the Torah, that he reminds us that he is the same God who took us out of the land of Egypt, who destroyed the nation of Israel, who took care of Pharaoh and his army, and who brought Israel out of the Beit Avadim, the house of slaves, the slave pit, into the freedom eventually of the land of Israel, the land flowing with milk and honey. Okay, so let's go on. Verse 2. V'haya ki kikar v'chem el hamilchama u'anigash hakohen u'diber el ha'am. So it shall be that when you approach war, when you're preparing yourselves for war, literally when you kikarav v'chem, when you're coming close to war, when you're getting ready for war, v'nigash hakohen v'diber el ha'am, that the Kohen shall step up and speak to the people. Verse 3. We amar elehem, and he shall say to them, Shema Yisrael. Here we go, Shema Yisrael, right? That same phrase, but in this case, it's not talking about Yahweh, Eloheinu Yahweh Echad, right? Listen, Israel, hear, O Israel, okay? Atem karevim hayom lemilchama. You are preparing today, or coming close today, to war. Alo vechem, on your enemies. Al ירח לבבכם, אל תראו ואל תחבזו ואל תארצו מפניהם. So do not al yirach levavechem, do not let your hearts become soft. In other words, don't lose heart. Al tiru, do not fear them. Al tachbizu is also often translated as tremble or something like that. Al ta'artzu mitnehem, and do not be terrified. Is the translation here before them? Okay, verse 4. Ki Yahweh Elohechem haolech imachem lelachem lachem im oivechem lo'oshia etchem, because Yahweh your God haolech imachem, it is He who goes with you, lelachem lachem, to fight for you, im oivechem, against your enemies, lo'oshia etchem, to save you or to bring you to salvation. Verse 5. Dibru hashotrim el ha'am, and the officers, often they translate this as officers, they're kind of like the equivalent maybe of the police. In fact, in modern Hebrew, a shoter is a policeman. So the officers, it's usually translated as v'dibru hashotrim el ha'am, and the officers spoke to the people, Lemor, mi ha'ish asher bana bait chadash v'lo chanacho yelech v'yashov leveito. So the officers speak to the people and say, who among, well, I'll just translate literally, who is the person who has built a house, a new house, but is not initiated it, has not gone to live in it. Yelech v'yashov lebeito. Let him go and return to his house. Pen yamut b'milchama wa ish acher yechanchenu. Lest he die in the war and another person go live in it or go inaugurate it. Verse 6. Umi ha'ish asher nata kerem velo chilelo yelech yashov lebeito pen yamut b'milchama v'ish acher yechalalenu. And who is the person who has planted a vineyard but has not chilelo, has started to eat of it? Yelech v'yashov lebeito, let him go and return to his house. Pen yamut b'milchama, lest he die in war. V'ish acher yechalalenu, and another person go and eat it. Verse 7. Umi ha'ish asher eras isha v'lo lokacha yelech v'yashov lebeito, and who is the man who has become engaged to a woman but has not taken her as a wife? Yelech v'yashov lebeito, let him go and return to his house. Pen yamut b'milchama, lest he die in war. V'ish acher yikachena, and another person shall take her as a wife. Okay, so we have these three examples. It's pretty clear to me they're not meant to be. They're just meant to be examples. They're meant to say to the nation of Israel, if there's anyone who has a big thing pending in their lives, whether it's a new house that they built or something that is big in their lives. I guess planting a vineyard back in the day would be a big thing, right? And or you're engaged but you haven't been married, something big pending in your life, then go back to your house. Okay, don't go out to war. And these three examples are given, but I think really they're just examples. They really the verses cover any kind of similar situation. Okay. And what would be the reason? And we'll get to, I think we're going to get to the underlying reason in the next couple of verses. But in my opinion, the reason here is that if you have that on your mind, you're not going to, first of all, it would be really tragic if, let's say, you're engaged to a woman and you die in war and you can't marry her, or you've built a new house and you can't move into it. Yes, that's tragic. But I think there's another reason behind this, and that is your mind is not going to be correctly focused on the war. It's not going to be correctly focused on fighting. You're going to have this in the back of your mind. You know, am I going to get back to my new house? Am I going to get back to my fiance, be able to marry her? And it's going to degrade your ability to perform in the war. I think that is also what's going on here. So, okay. Then we go on to verse 8. And the officers shall continue speaking, or shall speak more to the people, and they shall say, Amar, and they shall say, Mia ish ha-yareh rach halevav. Who among you, or who is the person who is fearful and whose heart has melted, who has a soft heart? Yelech yashov lebeito. Let him go and return to his house. V'lo yimaset levav echav kilevavo. And let him not melt the hearts of his brothers as his heart is. In other words, if you're a chicken when you go out to war, then that can become infectious. You can spread that fear to the other people around you, and again, then they're going to die. Then the war is not going to be won properly. There's not going to be proper fighting. Okay, so let such a person go back to his house. So let's go on to verse 9. ככלות השוטרים לדבר אל העם ופקדו שרי צבאות בראש העם. And so it was, or so it shall be, that when the officers finish speaking to the people, ופקדו שרי צבאות, that they shall appoint officers, or they shall appoint, I guess, captains. We could translate it as captains over the army, captains of the host, at the head of the people. So before, in other words, before the rank and file is worked out, before the army is organized, first we're going to separate the weak ones from the strong ones. We're going to separate the wheat from the chaff, and we want to make sure that we're not going out to war with anyone who their body, mind, and soul is not going to be 100% in the battle. And therefore, anyone who has a big event pending in their lives, or anyone who just is not up to the task, who's overtaken by fear, then please go home now, because it's not going to be good for you if you go out to war, and it's not going to be good for the rest of the nation if you go out to war. Okay, so that is those verses over there. Okay. Any questions? Any comments on those verses? If not, then we shall go on. If there are, of course, type them in. Now we are up to Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 10. So kitikrav. So now we've filtered out the army. We filtered out all of those people who their heart might not be 100% in it. Okay, very important for practical reasons. We don't want people dying who just are not up to the task, and we certainly don't want the army failing, and we don't want fear, which can become infectious, to spread to the rest of the army. So this is a wise thing. You don't send people out to battle unless they're really, they're ready for it. Okay, verse 10. Now we move on to another subject. So now the army has been formed, and now we're talking about how the army goes out to war against cities. Ki tikrav el ir lelachem aleha. When you approach a city to fight against it, you shall call out to it for peace. In other words, you shall offer peace. And what does that mean, call out to it for peace? Right? We have to understand, the way that cities were set up in ancient times is and we've spoken about this many, many, many times. In fact, a bunch of years ago, I did a series on this very subject, the city wall. But any city worth its salt had a wall around it. Jerusalem had a wall around it until it was destroyed by the Babylonians. But any city worth its salt had a wall around it. Okay, so you have to get the picture here. The invading army couldn't come into the city. The city was walled off. So what do? You stand outside the city and you call out your offer of peace, right? So you could imagine, I don't know, Joshua standing outside the city and saying, hey, okay, if you want to surrender, then here are the terms. Okay, so that's literally why it says, Karata ele shalom. You should call out to it for peace. This is very practically speaking the way it was done. There was no WhatsApp back then. There was no, hotlines or anything like that. You actually had to call out to the city. And we have an example, a great example, about how when is it the Assyrians? Yes, Sancherib. It's a Midianite or Assyrian. I can't remember right now. I believe Assyrian. When he comes to attack Jerusalem in the time of Cheskiyahu, the king Cheskiyahu, then he has his assistant call out from outside the city of Jerusalem, taunting the Jews inside Jerusalem, that basically saying, yes, it was the Assyrians, basically saying that no other nation has been able to hold up against us, and so therefore you're wasting your time. Open the city gates and let us come in. Of Of course, that's not what happened in the end. Maybe we have time later. We'll look at the story. It's really fascinating, and they've actually found parts of Hiskiyahu's wall that he built to fortify the city of Jerusalem because he was expecting the attack from the Assyrians. That's in the old city of Jerusalem. You can see it to this very day. They call it Hiskiyahu's wall. But that was the idea. Right? The invading army would yell out, would call out. I don't know if they had bullhorns, if they had some kind of special instrument, but they would call out to the city, and they would. That's the way they would deliver the message, right? So this is very practical. When it says you should call out to it for peace, it literally means that was what was done. Okay, verse 11. Wahaya im shalom ta'ancha u'fatcha lach wahaya kol ha'am hanimsa ba yi'u lecha lemas u'avaducha. So it shall be wahaya im shalom ta'ancha, and it shall be that if they answer you with peace, in other words, they say, okay, we surrender, right? We want to make peace with you guys. And they open up for you. What are we talking about here? We're talking about the city gates. This is literally what it means here. They open up for you. They would open up the gates of the city. In other words, they're saying, okay, we make peace, and to prove it, we're opening up the gates. We're letting you, the invading army, in. That proves that we're not going to war. You can come into the city. Okay. Cities in ancient times generally had only one gate, because the gate was obviously the weak point. If it could be opened or broken down, then invading armies can come in. And we've spoken also about the gates of the city many times. Okay, and so it shall be that all of the people found within it, all the population of the city, they shall be for you basically as indentured servants, as what would be a better translation, as conscripted labor. Let's see how they translate here. Under tribute is how they translate it, but mas really means conscripted labor. In other words, they become your servants. They become your indentured servants, basically, and they shall serve you. Okay, so they become your indentured servants or your conscripted labor, and they shall serve you. Basically, they become your subjects. Okay. Verse 12, and if they decide not to make peace with you, and they decide to make war against you, bad move, then you shall siege, you shall besiege it. Aleha is the city, because Aleha, this is a feminine, okay, upon her, literally. The hey at the end with the nikud in the middle means upon her, and it's therefore it's speaking about the city, because the Hebrew word city is a feminine word. Okay, it's feminine, not masculine. So so you shall besiege it, meaning the city, besiege her, meaning the city. Verse 13. And if God should give it into your hands, or when God gives it into your hands, perhaps, then you shall kill all of its adult males. Zachar is basically adult males. We have the same word used for when it speaks about coming up for what's called the Shalosh Regalim, the 3 pilgrimage holidays. It says, Yira'eh kol zechurcha, all of your adult males shall be shall appear. Right. This is speaking about Israelites that have to come up for the Shalosh Regalim, for the 3 pilgrimage holidays, which are Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot. So it's the same word here. So Zachur means the adult males, basically, to be distinguished from the women, the children, who are often called the taf, and the animals, obviously. Okay, so you kill all the adult males according by the sword. Okay, basically you wipe out all of the adult male population of the city. Okay, you guys had your chance. We wanted to make peace with you. We were ready to, if you just had surrendered, then the worst thing that would have happened is you would have become our tributaries. Tributaries? No, that means a river. Our tributes. And but you decided no, so now you are going to pay the punishment. And I think there is a practical reason to this, and that is to put fear into the hearts of other cities that the Israelites might attack, that they realize that it's really worth their while to open up the city gates and make peace with the Israelites, especially when they're strong and especially when Yahweh is with them, or else they're going to face the same fate. All of their males are going to be put to death by the sword. Okay, so let's go on. See if there's any questions, any comments here. Okay, if there are, just type them in, and I'll come check every so often. Okay, verse 14. רק הנשים והטף והבהמה וכל אשר יהיה בעיר, כל שללה תבוז לך. Okay, I'll translate up to there because it's the semicolon, the etnaf, the little wishbone thingy kind of means semicolon. So, but, or only the women and the children and the animals, v'kol asher yeh ba'ir, and everything else that is in the city. In other words, all of the contents of the city, the gold, the silver, whatever. Kol shilala taboz lach, all of its bounty, you shall take for yourselves as spoil. So you're allowed. So basically, that's what you do to a city when you attack it. You call out, you give it a peace offer. If the city rejects the peace offer, then hopefully God is Yahweh Elohecha biyadecha. He shall give it to you in your hands, into your hands, the city. If he's with you, then you kill all the adult males, but you can leave the women, the children, the animals, and all of the possessions, all of the booty of the city alive, and you take them for yourselves as the spoils of war. Okay. And you shall consume the spoils of your enemies, which Yahweh your God has given you. Okay. And we'll see why this is important in upcoming verses, because this is in contrast to the Canaanite cities. Okay, Kinta selachol arim harichokot mimcha meod asher lo me'arei hagoyim ha'ela hena. So this is what you can do. This is what you should do to all of the cities harichokot mimcha meod, that are very far away from you. Asher lo me'arei hagoyim ha'ela hena, that are not of the nations, of these nations here. In other words, they're not of the, and where's all of this being spoken? Let's put this in context again. This is Deuteronomy. The Israelites are in the plains of Moab. They're right across the Jordan River, about to enter the land of Israel. Moses is about to die within the next couple of months. Joshua is about to take over, and then they will cross into the land of Israel, as it speaks about in Joshua chapter 5, on the 10th day of the first month. And then soon afterwards, after the Passover, they'll attack their first city, which is Jericho. Okay, so this is now in preparation for what has to be done, not in the distant future, coming up very soon. The cities of Canaan, of the land of Israel, are going to have to be attacked. So therefore, it's pointed out that these rules, these laws that we just saw up above, they apply to cities that are far away, that are not part of the land of Israel, that are not of the Canaanites, that don't belong to the Canaanites. Okay. And then this is what we do, Deuteronomy 20:16. רק מערי העמים האלה אשר יהוה אלוהיך נותן לך נחלה לא תחיה כל נשמה. However, of the cities of these people, אשר יהוה אלוהיך נותן לך נחלה, which Yahweh your God gives you as an inheritance, לא תחיה כל נשמה, you should not keep alive any soul. Literally, anything that breathes. Nishama, nasham means to breathe. Translated in modern Hebrew as a soul, but it really means anything that breathes. So, by contrast, for the cities of the Canaanite cities, this land that you're about to take over, you're not allowed to keep alive the women, not the children, not even the animals. Anything that breathes is put to death. The entire city is completely eradicated. Okay? Verse 17. יחרם תחרימם החיתי והאמורי הכנעני הפריזי החיווי היבוסי כאשר ציווך יהוה אלוהיך, because you shall תחרימם. Usually they translate lachrim as how do they translate it again? Some stupid translation. Okay, utterly destroy. That's not bad. Lachrim means basically to set aside for destruction. So basically, you shall set them aside and earmark them for complete and utter destruction. That's the way it should be translated. And actually, they do a decent translation here. They translate it as utterly destroy, and they use the word utterly to represent in English the repetition. As we say pretty much every Torah study, repetition in the Torah means emphasis. So it doesn't say utterly destroy in the Hebrew here. It says hachrem tachrimem. You hear the repetition, hachrem tachrimem. It's like destroy, or set aside for destruction, set aside for destruction. So that's the way that emphasis is expressed in biblical Hebrew. But it means without any shadow of a doubt, you shall destroy them. You shall completely destroy them. Okay, and then we have a list of the nations again, typical list. This time we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 listed. And they're always different lists. So the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. The Jebusites, by the way, were the ones who were in control of Jerusalem when David and his army took over or conquered Jerusalem. It was a Jebusite city, conquered it from the Jebusites. Okay, kashet tzivcha Yahweh Elohecha, as Yahweh your God has commanded you. Meaning, when did He command us? Many times. The Torah speaks constantly about how we're to enter the land. We're not to make any kind of peace deals with the inhabitants. We're not to intermarry with them. We're not to give them our daughters or take their daughters for our sons. We're not to worship their gods. We're to break down their altars and destroy their standing stones and basically eradicate their entire culture off the face of the earth. Because these people have been given hundreds and hundreds, they just became more and more entrenched in their evil ways, their idol worship, their bloodshed, their bizarre sexual immorality, lists of which we see in Leviticus chapter 18, Leviticus chapter 20, for instance, sacrificing their children to Molech, sacrificing their children, child sacrifice, and the list goes on. All the vices that you would see in any nation, any country that has gone off the path of God and descended into their own abyss, such as the United States of America today, in a large part. Okay, the ma'an asher. And so what's the reason? So there's a practical reason for completely eradicating all of these people. It's not just part of His revenge for the evil way, but their evil ways. But we've also seen now a number of times that there's a practical reason as well. And that practical reason is given here in Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 18. Lema'an asher lo yilmadu etchem la'asot kechol to'avotam asher asu le'elohehem. In order that you should not asher lo yilmadu etchem, that they should not teach you to do kechol tovatam. They should not teach you to do according to all of the abominations asher asu le'elohem, that they did to their gods or for their gods. Okay, so we need to eradicate these people, because if we don't, then we're going to learn. They're going to teach us their evil ways. We're going to end up being idol worshippers like they are, worshiping foreign gods, eventually descending into all kinds of immorality, bloodshed, murder, bloodshed, same thing, stealing, all kinds of bizarre sexual rituals, and so on. The same thing you'll see in the big cities in the United States today, to a large degree. Okay, so there's a practical reason. We need to wipe these people out, because if we don't, if we even leave a remnant, then there's a possibility that we're going to end up like they are. Okay. So let's see, I translated here. All right. In other words, if you do not wipe them out and they start teaching you to do all of their bad, their evil ways, then you will have sinned to Yahweh your God. In other words, you're going to end up in trouble as well, and that's exactly what happened. We did not eradicate all of the inhabitants from the land of Israel. It was the job was not completed, and of course, Israel slowly but surely sank more and more into idol worship. In fact, there are a number of prophecies that say that Israel's behavior was even worse than the surrounding nations and the nations that were thrown out of the land of Israel. And eventually, we know what happened. The Assyrians came along, destroyed the northern kingdom. The Babylonians came along, destroyed the southern kingdom. So, so in the end, this was quite prophetic. Okay. U.S. is like an embedded tick. Make sure you get the whole body and head out and burn it. Mm-hmm. Israel got into big trouble when they didn't eradicate certain peoples totally as commanded by Elohim. I think to this day, Israel paid definitely, without a doubt. Okay, so, okay, verse 19. So more war laws or more war advice. כי תצור אל עיר ימים רבים להילחם עליה, לתפסה, לא תשחית את עצה, לנדוח עליו גרזן, כי ממנה תאכל ואותו לא תכרות, כי אדם עץ השדה לבוא מפניך במצור. Okay, so this is a nice verse. So I guess practical advice you could say, ki tatsur al ir yamim rabim. So when you besiege a city for many days, so in ancient times, it was very typical that what you wanted to do ultimately is have the city surrender, and then just open up the gates and you come in and take it over. I think even Sun Tzu, The Art of War, says that is the ultimate way to win the battle without any bloodshed whatsoever. The city opens up its gates and lets you in, and then you don't even have to fight. But assuming that the city is not ready to do that, then you're going to want to attack it and you're going to want to conquer it. However, again, we said that cities have walls around them, and the walls are there for a reason. The walls are meant to hold off the invaders. And so what often happened in ancient times is you had a standoff. And so the invading army would be caught outside the walls. They couldn't get in. The city was well defended, well fortified. And so then the invading army would decide that it was time to go for a long-term siege. So generally what they would do is they would try to cut off all points of entry in and out of the city. Maybe they would surround the city. And so that way food and water couldn't get in and out of the city, or food and water couldn't get into the city. People couldn't get out of the city. No trade could be carried on, basically to starve out the city. And then often what they would do is they would start building these siege works. So they would build ramps. They would start building ramps up to the top of the wall, or I think the Romans later on, maybe already earlier, other nations did it, but they would build these towers, these wooden towers that they would move into place. They would wheel them into place so that the soldiers can climb up the towers and then right over the wall. All kinds of different techniques to conquer the city or to besiege the city for a long period of time, with the intent of starving it out or building the necessary structures to be able to breach the wall or climb over the wall, or whatever technique was decided upon, and therefore conquer the city that way. And obviously this takes time. Sometimes it could take years. There are instances where you have armies outside of cities for years, and they're building ramps, they're building siege works, they're building all kinds of things, and at the same time trying to starve out the city. The city is surviving by they found maybe underground tunnels or routes to sneak out. Maybe they found an underground spring and all kinds of things, and the enemy or the invading army is plugging up these holes, and it can go on for a long time. And again, Sun Tzu, the Sun Tzu in his book The Art of War speaks about this. He says the worst thing that you can do is attack a walled city, and even worse than that is to besiege a walled city, because it's going to take a long time. You're going to run out of. It's going to cost a lot of resources. It's going to cost a lot of lives of soldiers, and the soldiers are because it's not a quick victory, are going to lose the heart. They're going to lose their their will to fight. Mar Yanan McDonough says, and that is what the U.S. is doing, art of war. Yeah, not exactly the art of war. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but whatever. I guess Biden has it all figured out. We can trust him. His mind is 100% there, right? Okay, so so if you kitatsur el ir yamim rabim, so if you besiege, if you decide to lay siege to a city for many days, lilachem aleha, in order to fight against it, in order to battle against it, litafsa, in order to battle against it and eventually take it, litafsa, to eventually grab hold of it, to take it, lo tashchit et itza, lindoch alau garzen. So do not destroy its trees, lindoch alau garzen, by wielding an axe against it, meaning against the trees in this case. Itza. So this really means her tree. If we were to translate this grammatically, it's means tree, and the ending hey with a nikud in it means her. So this literally says lo tashchit et etza, do not destroy her tree. And this is just the biblical way of saying her is referring to the city, and tree is basically it's the abstract singular, so it means a tree in general. So we usually translate it as trees. So do not destroy its trees would be the way we translate it into English, but literally it says do not destroy her tree. Okay. By wielding an axe against it. And here it says alau literally means wielding upon him an axe. And the him is the tree. Singular tree, and here upon him. So if I were to really translate it literally word for word, it would be lo tashchit et etza, do not destroy her tree by wielding upon him an axe. That's literally what it says here. Okay. Why? Ki mimenu, because from him, from the tree, tochal, you could eat. Ve'oto, lo tichrot. And therefore, do not cut it down. Ki ha'adam, and this is always a tough verse to parse, but what it means is ki adam, sadeh, lavo mipanecha b'matzor, because ha'adam sadeh, because is the tree, are the trees of, I'll translate it colloquially into English, and then again we can speak about what it says literally word for word. Are the trees of the field men that they should come before you in a siege? In other words, you lay siege against the trees of the field. What have they done to you? And so they don't deserve to be destroyed. They didn't do anything to you. Again, you can make the same claim against the animals up above, because it says in the cities of the Canaanites, do not keep anything that breathes alive. But we won't get into that discussion right now. But at any rate, so are the trees of the field a man that you should lay siege against them? That's the colloquial translation to English. Literally what it says, ki ha'adam, because is a man, or is the man, eitz hasadeh, the tree of the field, is the man the tree of the field, lavo mipanecha b'matzor, to come before you in siege. That's literally what it says. Okay, verse 20, rak etz asher teda, ki lo etz ma'achal, hu otot tashchit. Karata ubanita matzor al ha'ir, asher hi osa imach milchama ad ridita. So rak etz asher teda ki lo etz ma'achal. So only those trees, again colloquial paraphrasing into English. So only those trees that you are sure are not fruit trees or food-bearing trees, you can destroy those. And you can cut them down. Ubanita matzor, and you can build with them siege works for the city, or upon the city, or for the city asher osa imach milchama, that is waging war against you. And ridata, until you bring it down. In other words, until you conquer the city. Okay. So if it's a fruit tree, if it's a food-bearing tree, it's ma'achal. then don't be stupid. Don't cut it down. This is almost like Sun Tzu, The Art of War, right? This is almost like Sun Tzu, The Art of War, because it's very practical advice. Don't cut down trees when you go to war against a city and you end up in a siege. Okay, I'm trying to remember. I actually just this week listened to Sun Tzu, The Art of War, because I wanted to practice my techniques for this controversy I'm having with the synagogue near me. But at any rate, I guess I'm paraphrasing what Sun Tzu says, but as I said earlier, he says that the worst thing you could do is besiege a city for a long time, because it's going to drain out the treasury of your country, because you have to constantly be supplying the army with soldiers, with food, with whatever supplies they need, not to mention building the siege works. And another thing he says, and actually I've been saying this for years and applying it in a really kind of, I guess, silly way, but I'll tell you about that in a second, is this advice is very practical in the sense that it means that you don't have to bring supplies from far away. If you keep the fruit-bearing trees, if you keep the trees that can provide you with food, then you're not going to need to bring supplies back from your home country. You can just eat off of the trees. And on the other hand, if you cut down the trees that are not providing food for you, then you don't have to bring supplies to build the siege works. You can use those trees to provide the siege works. So this is actually this is like chapters 19 and 20 are kind of like the Torah version of Sun Tzu, The Art of War, right? It's just very practical advice on how to wage war. It's wise, it's wisdom literature here. It's a piece of very practical advice, so that reminds me that another thing that Sun Tzu says is that it is best to do not where you can avoid it, do not bring supplies from your native country, but forage off the enemy. So, in other words, if you're going out to war, if you can attack the enemy and take his supplies, then now you don't need to rely on bringing supplies back from the home country, which is quite a logistical nightmare, and it also costs a lot of money because you have to have supply chains, you have to have transportation, you have to be able to preserve the stuff. Let's say it's food, to preserve it, you have to provide the army with enough food, all of this kind of stuff. So if instead you can forage off the enemy, then this is what Sun Tzu in The Art of War recommends. So, any comments, any questions? U.S. is poking a very angry bear. Sooner or later, it will strike, and it will be very painful. There goes Russia. Yeah, that's true too. Okay, so any questions, any comments? Okay, so that's Deuteronomy chapter 20. To sum it up, we saw that this is advice for war. We don't want, first of all, we don't want anyone going out to war who is fearful or with something big pending in their lives, because their heart is not going to be in it, and they can end up melting the hearts of the people around them. So better they just go home and sit this one out. And then we have the advice of when you attack a city, meaning a city that's outside the land of Israel, then first you give it a peace offer. If it accepts the peace offer, then basically that city becomes tribute to you. If not, then hopefully Yahweh, your God, will allow you to conquer it. And when he does, you kill all the adult males by the sword. You kill all the adult males. Why? Probably one of the main reasons, as we said, once again, is to teach other cities a lesson. So when you come to their city, they're like, these guys mean business. Okay, let's make peace with them, or else if they do this, they kill all our males. Better just given right now. It's basically to put the fear of God, quite literally, into other cities if they refuse the peace offer, the kind and loving peace offer that the Israelites have offered them. Okay, and then that is in contrast to the cities of the land of Israel. There's no peace offers. There's no killing only the males and taking the rest of the city for bounty. There is complete and utter destruction of kol nishama, of anything that breathes. Lo techaye kol nishama. You shall not keep anything that breathes alive. And then we're given a practical reason for this. And the practical reason is this: is lama'an asher lo tilmedu yilamdu etchem lasot kachot tovatam asher asu leElohem v'chatatam liyahweh Elohecha. And the reason for this is that they should not teach you to do according, or to do all of the abominations that they do for their gods, and cause you to sin to Yahweh your God. So a very practical reason for getting rid of these people, because if you don't, you're gonna you got to learn their evil ways. What's that song again? Mariana McNana, I'm sure you knows it. You got to change your evil ways. Okay, I don't know. I'll play that too, maybe. Okay, we said that. And then finally we have more Sun Tzu art of war kind of wisdom advice here. If you're going to besiege a city for a long period of time, then distinction between the trees that provide food for you, and those that don't. The trees that provide food for you, don't destroy them. Use them to feed yourselves, to feed your army. And those that don't, cut them down and use them as siege works to eventually take over the city. Okay, so that sums up Deuteronomy chapter 20 in a nutshell. Any questions, any comments about Deuteronomy chapter 20 before we go into 21? Anybody? Santana, is that it? All right, let's put that on. I'm going to take a break for 2 seconds. I want to get some more sparkling water. By the way, the stuff you see me drinking all the time, this is sparkling water. I don't really drink soda or cola or any of that stuff. I do sometimes have kombucha. Oh, in fact, I think I have some kombucha in the fridge. Maybe I'll grab that. But no, this is not Mountain Dew or something like that. It's sparkling water, and I love it. I love sparkling water. Okay, so all right, so let's take a break for about 5 minutes, and I'll just take a little breather. I'll grab some water, and we will come back pretty soon. Let's see if we can find that song. There we go. All right, let's get this going. So, okay, gotta put this banner up. Take this one down. God, it's tough running a Streamyard studio. Oh, show, hide. Okay, that worked. We got to go like this. Okay, first of all, we got to do this.
Sucker punch somebody on the sidewalk, carjacking old lady at a red light, pull a gun on the owner of a liquor store. You think it's cool, act a fool if you like. Cuss out a cop, spit in his face, stomp on the flag and light it up. Yeah, you think you're tough. Well, try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town. that my granddad gave me. They say one day they're gonna round up. Well, that shit might fly in the city. Good luck, try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town full of good old boys, raised up right. If you're looking for a fight, try that in a small town. Try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town. Try that in a small town. Ooh, try that in a small town.
אוויר הרים צלול כיין, וריח אורנים, נישא ברוח ארבעים, עם כל פעמונים. ובתרדמת אילן ואבן, שבויה בחלומה, העיר אשר בדד יושבת, ובליבה חומה. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. איך יבשו בונות המים, כיכר השוק ריקה, ואין פוקדת הר הבית בעיר העתיקה. ובמערות אשר בסלע מהלילות רוחות, ואין יורד אל ים המלח בדרך יריחו. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. אך בבואי היום לשיר לך, ולך לקשור כתרים, קטונתי מצעיר בנייך, ומאחרון אל המשוררים. כי שמך צורב את השפתיים, כנשיקת צרה. אם אשכחך ירושלים, אשר כולה זהב. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא לכל שירייך אני כינור. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, עלו לכל שירייך אני
ועל העוקץ, על המר והמתוק, על ביתנו התינוקת שמורי לי הטוב, על האש המבוערת, על המים הזכים, על האיש השב הביתה מן המרחקים, על כל אלה, על כל אלה שמור נא לי, אלי הטוב, על הדבש ועל העוקץ, על המר והמתוק, על נטע הקור נטוע, אל תשכח את התקווה, השיבני ואשובה אל הארץ הטובה. שמורי לי על זה הבית, על הגן, על החומה, מיגון, מפחד פתע וממלחמה. שמור על המעט שיש לי, על האור ועל הטף, על הפרי שלא הבשיל עוד ושנסה, על כל אלה, על כל אלה, שמור נא לי, אלי הטוב, על הדבש ועל העוקץ, על המר והמתוק, על נטע הקור נטוע, אל תשכח את התקווה, השיבני ואשובה אל הארץ הטובה. מרשרש אילן ברור, רחוק נושר כוכב, משאלות ליבי בחושך מרשמות. עכשיו אנא שמור לי על כל אלה ועל אהובי נפשי, על השקט, על הבכי ועל זה השיר, על כל אלה, על כל אלה שמור נא לי, אלי הטוב, על הדבש ועל העוקץ, על המר והמתוק, על נטע הקור נטוע, אל תשכח.
Okay, welcome back to this week's study. This is the World Alliance of Qara'im. I am Hakham Melech ben Yaakov, and we are about to start Deuteronomy chapter 21. Okay, let me turn the music off. Oops. Stop sharing. Okay. That'll work. Okay, and I've got to go back here. I'm going to do the share this way. Okay. 1 second. Make it stop. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we should be back now, and I think everybody should be seeing the screen. We're in Deuteronomy chapter 21. So let's go ahead. So we're almost at the beginning of our parsha. Okay, the atonement for unsolved murder. Ki matzeh halal. Oh, this is an interesting one too. Halal be'adama asher Yahweh Elohecha noten lecha le'rishta nofel b'sadeh lo nodar mi hikahu. So if a dead body, if a corpse should be found on the ground, or I'm sorry, in the land, asher Yahweh Elohecha noten lach, on the ground, in the land, I'll translate it that way, which Yahweh your God gives you to the Rishta, to take over, to inherit. Nofel b'sadeh, that is fallen in the field. Lo nodar mi hikahu, and it is not known who killed this person, who slayed this person. All right, so let me redo that one. Ki matzeh halal ba'adama. If a dead body, if in the land, let's translate it this way, if in the land which Yahweh your God gives to you as an inheritance, shall be found a dead body that has fallen in the field and is not known who killed him, the person. So, all right, we'll talk about it after this verse. Why? Yatsu zikanecha we shoftecha we madadu el he'arim asher svivot halal. So your elders and your judges, and I would like to talk about those two words in a second, shall go out and measure to the cities which are around the dead body. So basically you send a delegation out to this dead body that's been found in this field. Again, let's talk about a couple. Let me go through the law, and then I'll go back and make a couple of relevant points. So verse 3, وَحَيَا ha'ir ha'krova el halal وَلَقْחُ זِקْنֵי ha'ir ha'hi Eglat bakar asher lo ubad ba asher lo mashcha be'ol. So when you should determine, I'm kind of paraphrasing here, when you should determine which city is closest to the dead body, then the elders of that city shall take an eglat bakar, and we'll talk about that in a second. Eglat bakar, a heifer, asher lo ubad ba, that has never been used for labor, asher lo mashcha ba'ol, that did not pull with a yoke on its neck. Oh, there's so much to unpack here, but okay, we'll just plug ahead and get the essence of the law, right? So the setup is you're walking out in the fields. Again, we're talking about cities. Cities have walls around them. At least any city worth its salt has a wall around it, and then in between the cities are fields, kind of like you would have in the modern day. There's no walls, but let's say you have two cities, and in between it you're going to have farmland, right? So same idea. But the difference is that the farmland is outside the city walls. Back then, it's also called, we see it in a number of places, it's called the prazot, literally those settlements that are scattered around, as opposed to the concentrated populations of the cities. So that's the situation. You're walking in between the cities, or you're out in the fields. You're near cities. So maybe on one side you see one walled city. On the other side you see another walled city. Behind you in the distance, maybe a third walled city. You're walking out in the fields in the agricultural regions between the cities, and you come across a dead body. And you're like, whoa, what's this? So this is what happens in such a case. Nobody knows who killed this person, but something's got to happen, right? Someone's been killed. And we're talking about, I guess it doesn't exactly make it clear. Ki yimatze halal ba'adama. So halal, I guess that implies a dead body there. Slain, they translate as here. And no nadam hikahu. So yeah, it's clear that we are talking about a murder, right? Or at least some kind of manslaughter. Okay? So then you send out two types of people, the elders and the judges. Now, it's very interesting because both the elders and the judges those are basically the rulers of the local cities. You have elders and you have judges. And both seem to be responsible for kind of the running of the city. Maybe even the elders also did some judges or did some judging, but maybe they're distinguished from the judges because the judges were not necessarily the elders, or not less necessarily older people. Maybe they could be younger. But basically, the elders and the judges are often mentioned as the kind of leaders of the administration of the city. So you send these people out. They measure to the nearest city, and the city that wins this contest, if you can call it that, then the elders of basically it means that city is now, I wouldn't say held responsible because no one's blaming the city per se, but that city now takes responsibility. Something has to be done about a slain body, a person that's been killed and just left out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so the elders of that city, they take an eglat bakar. And so we have two words here, eglah and bakar. Let's go to our spreadsheet, which we often refer to. And we're looking here for animal names. There we go, animal terms. So we've got eglah and bakar. So bakar is an easy one, right? Here's bakar. Let me make this a little bit larger. Should be good. So bakar means one of the herd, like bulls and cows, herd animals. So you take a herd animal, but then it also said an eglah. Let's find eglah. I should alphabetize this, but there's eglah. So that's a baby calf. Okay, that's a calf, a female baby of the herd. So basically a baby cow, a calf. Okay, I think there they translate as a heifer. So we're talking about a baby cow. Okay, eglat basar, not basar, bakar. So you I'll translate it as a baby cow. Okay, here I think they translate it as a heifer among the bulls or something like that. Heifer of the herd. But it's a baby cow, a baby female cow, okay, or a young female cow. That had never been worked. Who had never pulled the yoke. So pulling the yoke, obviously, we're talking about if a bull or a cow is being used for agricultural reasons, then a yoke is attached to it. In Hebrew, the word for yoke is ol, and that's how the animal, or that's what attaches to whatever the animal is doing, to the plow or maybe the wagon to collect the produce. But so you know what a yoke looks like. I don't have to go look it up, but that's what we're talking about here. So basically, it has to be a young female cow that has never been used for menial labor, that has never been used as a work animal, because it would be disrespectful to use an animal that has done menial labor as a sacrifice to Yahweh, especially in this kind of sensitive. Well, in general, that's the requirement. Okay, but in this kind of sensitive situation, you could even construe maybe it would be disrespectful for the dead to take just any old, just any old cow out of the barn and bring it as a sacrifice. God always gets the best. When we sacrifice to Yahweh, always giving the best of the herd, the best of the flock, the best of the first fruits. He gets the best, and that's our way of showing our appreciation for all he's done for us. Of course, most of the time, that all gets recycled anyway to the Kohanim and to the Levites sometimes. So it's not going to waste, but it is being given symbolically. It's being given over to Yahweh and his assistants, who are the Kohanim, the Kohanim and the Levites. Okay. So, right. So in this case, we're up to verse 4. Horidu ziknei ha'ir hahi et ha'egla el nahal etan asher lo ye'abed bo v'lo yizara ve'arfu sham et ha'egla b'nacham. So the elders of that city, shall bring down the eglah, shall bring down the baby female cow, the baby calf, to El Nachal Etan, to usually they translate this as a perpetual stream. Let's see how they translate it here. An enduring stream. I'll talk about that in a second. Asher lo ya'aved bo, which has not been been used for work, which has not been used as a work animal. Lo izarea, and has not been used for seeding. So I think they translated here as maybe they're talking about the river. I might have this wrong. Hold on a second. El nachal etan shelo ya'aved bo v'lo yizarea. I think it's speaking about the river, but we'll look it up in a second. It doesn't. Okay. V'arfu sham et ha'egla b'nachal, and there they shall break neck of the baby calf by the river. Let me just look this up for 1 second. So this is Deuteronomy 21:4. Let's go to the NIV for a second. Deuteronomy 21:4. Whoa, English. Let's see what they translated here. It's not clear. It's kind of ambiguous. Yeah, lead it down into a valley that has not been plowed or planted, and where there is a flowing stream. So that's how they deal with it there. Look at the Hebrew again. Okay. I'm curious if any of the translations see it differently. Let me just look at this for a second. Parallel is what does it. It's 21:4. Okay, valley that has not been plowed. A valley that has not been plowed. English Standard Version, to a valley with running water, which is neither plowed nor sown. Valley with running water that has not been plowed or sown, break its neck. Okay, so all of the various translations seem to agree on that has not been plowed or not been sown, which makes sense grammatically, but sometimes strange things happen when in the Hebrew. But that it's speaking about the valley and not reiterating that it should be a young female cow that has not been plowed with or sown with. Let me see if there are any comment or any translations that do it that way. No, it's pretty consistent. Let me look at Robert Alter on that one. So that's Deuteronomy 21:4. Let's see here. It's a little bit larger. It's moving so slow. Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, chapter 21, 1496, 1496. Okay, so first of all, let's see how Robert Alter translates this one. So, yeah, so he also does. Okay, and the elders of the town shall bring down the heifer to a swift running wadi that is not worked and is not sown. And there they shall break the neck of the heifer in the wadi. So, so the heifer, the elders of the town shall take a heifer of the herd, baby female cow, that has not been worked, that is not pulled in a yoke, right? So the heifer is not to have been worked, and take it down to a swift running wadi that has not been worked, right? So this focus on both the heifer, the young female cow, and the wadi being, in their natural state. What is the significance of that? I don't know. Maybe we'll look at a little bit of commentary. In fact, let's do that right now. So let's see. We'll do a little Robert Alter on that one. The whole community is plagued with the miasma of blood guilt, like Thebes at the beginning of Oedipus the king, and so must act communally through its elders to purge the guilt. Okay. A swift running wadi, in all likelihood, this refers to wadis is filled with a powerful torrent during the rainy season, would not provide suitable terrain along its banks for cultivation. The wadi thus is a wilderness water source outside the pale of regular civilized undertakings, and therefore a suitable setting for this rite of expiation for an unsolved crime against humanity. Okay. So that's his take on it. So let's go back. Let's go back to the text. Okay, so so they're bringing this unworked baby female cow down to this unworked strong running wadi, and Nachal Eitan is opposed to, I learned this many years ago, is opposed to what's called a Nachal Kazav, or Kaziv. Eitan, Kaziv, I guess it would be Kaziv. So a Eitan, literally a strong wadi, is one, at least the interpretation I heard many years ago, is one that flows even in the dry season. So if you've ever lived in Israel or any place that has a Mediterranean climate, there's a rainy season and a dry season. And often during the dry season, some of the riverbeds will dry up because there's no rain for about 6 months. But a Nachal Eitan is one that has enough water that it even is running during the dry season, not just during the wet season. That's as opposed to a Nachal Kaziv, which is literally a deceptive or a lying wadi. And that's the riverbed dries up. And this is very common in Israel. Many of them will dry up completely, and then they'll fill up again when the rains start around Sukkot time, around, let's say, October, and then they'll dry up when the dry season starts or in the summertime. Okay, so verse 5. וניגשו הכהנים בני לוי כי בם בחר יהוה אלוהיך לשרתו ולברך בשם יהוה ועל פיהם יהוה על פיהם יהיה כל ריב וכל נגע. So this is I think this is the verse that, who is it? I can't remember who. Somebody pointed out last week to relate to Deuteronomy 17:9. But okay, so the Kohanim, who are the sons of Levi, or who are Levitical or of the tribe of Levi, shall approach or shall come over. Kibam b'char Yahweh, because Yahweh chose them, or Yahweh your God chose them to lishavto, to serve Him. Ulevarech b'shem Yahweh, and to bless in the name of Yahweh. We have the Kohanic blessing, right? V'al piem ye'ekol riv v'chol naga, and according to their mouths shall be solved any dispute or any, and naga, no one exactly ever knows how to translate it in this context. Let's see what they do here. Any assault. Okay. And this relates us back to Deuteronomy 17:9. I think somebody pointed it out last week. And that's what we started talking about at the beginning of this talk. So we go to Deuteronomy 17. I'll just keep it in the English for now. So, if cases come before your courts that are too difficult for you to judge, whether bloodshed, lawsuits, or assaults, and that the Hebrew word here is nega, take them to the place the Lord your God, Yahweh your God, will choose. Go to the Levitical priest and to the judge who is in office at the time. So this is reiterated here that it's the Kohanim, it's the priests who are ordained, who are given the power to settle disputes, to deal with things like this. And that's why they come along in this situation. I just want to see something for myself in the Hebrew. So 17:9. So here's ובאת אל הכהנים הלוויים ואל השופט אשר יהיה בימים ההם ודרשת ויגידו לך את דבר המשפט. So the Kohanim and the judges are the ones who are given the power to solve these things. And what things? Here it says specifically, ben dam labdam, ben din ledin, ben nega lenega, divrei rivot b'sharecha. So we spoke about this last week. So literally between blood and blood, between judgment and judgment, between, it's a tough one to translate. Some translate it as ritual impurity, but I don't think that's the case here. So they'll often translate it as assault, and matters of dispute in your gates. And in Deuteronomy 21:5, when Yikshu HaKohanim b'nei Lewi, so the Kohanim who are of the tribe of Levites, who are the sons of Levi, shall come over, shall approach. Kibam b'char Yahweh Elohecha, because Yahweh your God chose them lishato, to serve Him, ulevarech b'shem Yahweh, and to bless in the name of Yahweh. Wa'al pihem, and according to their decision, literally according to their mouth, yekol ri v'kol naga, and according to their decision shall be solved all dispute and all assault. Okay, or maybe all violent dispute or something like that. So originally the elders come down and they do the whole thing with the baby cow, with the baby female cow, and then the Kohanim drop by. Excuse me. Verse 6. V'chol ziknei ha'ir hahi hakrovim el halal yirhatzu et yadehem al ha'egla ha'arufa benachal. So all of the elders of that city, hakrovim, so literally all of the nearby elders of that city, all of the elders that were nearby to the dead body, yachatzu et yadehem ala egla, they shall wash their hands over the egla arufa, over the calf with the broken neck. Verse 7. We'anu, we'amru, yadenu lo, shafchu et hadam hazeh, wa'inenu lo ra'u. And as they're doing this ritual, they shall say, we'anu ve'amru. And this is another thing I want to add to my spreadsheet here. I can find it. 1 second. I know I have it here somewhere. Festival, 400 years, journeys, Jethro. Scripts. I think that's what I called it. Yeah. So there's a certain thing. There are certain verses in the Torah where Torah prescribes that we say things word for word. So a classic example is when you bring the first fruits, you say Aravi Oved Avi, which should be in this list. But I guess I didn't add to it. But we can now add this. This is actually a script. You're supposed to, the elders of the city are supposed to say this word for word, right? This is a script that they're supposed to say. Where was it? Whoops. Oh, that's Deuteronomy 17. We close that out. So they're supposed to say this, Anu amru, and they shall answer and say, and usually when you see these two words, they shall answer and say, that's introducing a specific script that they're supposed to say. And they say these words, Yadenu lo shafchu et hadam hazeh, wa'inenu lo ra'u. Our hands did not spill this blood, and our eyes did not see. So let me add this to the list. And this is Deuteronomy 21:7. This is Deuteronomy 21:7. 21:7 script. Let me add here the word comments. And this is elders of the nearest city to a dead body say this as they wash their hands over the heifer whose neck has been broken in the perpetual. Okay, kind of sums it up, I guess. Let's pull this out of it. Boom. Okay, good enough. All right, let's go back. So, and then I guess this is also a continuation of what they say. Kaper le'amcha Yisrael, asher padita Yahweh, va'al titen dam naki, v'kerev amcha Yisrael, v'nichaper lahem hadam. So then they go on to say, Kaper le'amcha Yisrael, tone, make recompense or make atonement le'amcha Yisrael, for your people Israel, asher padita, that you have redeemed, Yahweh. And do not allow innocent blood, literally clean blood, to be among your people Israel. وَنِخَپَرْ لَهَمْ hadam. And I'm curious to see how they translate this as well. 1 second here. Okay. Right. And the blood shall act as atonement for them. Okay. So this really needs to be added. I believe this is part of the speech as well. Although it's not clear, this just may be a statement by Moses. But we'll add it. Ooh. So this is now 8. Oops. 8. And that goes there. Let's do. All right, 1 second. Okay. I think that worked. Change this setting here. Format. Wrapping. Wrap. Boom. One more second here. Rearrange this a little bit. Perfect. Okay, so there we go. I think I opened this thing up. 1 second. Close this up a little bit. And now it should be good to go. Okay. So yeah, so that's that. Let me just look for 1 second at the commentary on that. Yeah, so Robert Alter includes that as part of the entire. He includes even this. And let the blood be atoned for them. All right, so we can even add that, actually. Madam. Here. That's this. That. Boom. And I should really say that this is Deuteronomy 21:7-8. Okay. And maybe we can get a little bit of commentary on that. No, he doesn't have a commentary on that. I guess it's pretty straightforward. What the intentions are there. Okay. Wata tivaer hadam hanaki mikirbecha ki ta'aseh hayashar be'enei Yahweh. And you shall burn the innocent blood from your midst. In other words, this by doing this ceremony, you're in a sense, this is now being erased. You're burning it out, your out of your midst, of the people of Israel by doing this ceremony, because no one here is really responsible. By doing that which is right in the eyes of Yahweh. Okay. So that's that. That's that entire ceremony right there. So that's if you find a dead body and you have no idea who the killer is. Okay. A lot of unsolved murders in American cities these days. Maybe they should start doing this. I don't know. Okay. Any questions? Any comments so far? Anybody? Any questions or comments on? All right, so let's move on. So this is an interesting one. And really, we haven't even gotten to our parsha yet, but that's okay. I always say that's okay. You know, we're not on a time clock or something like that. So our parsha actually starts 21:10. I think it starts right here. So now we're getting to our parsha. Okay, perfect. So marrying a captive woman. This is an interesting one. So ki teitzei lemilchama. So we notice that these are just a lot of different laws, right? Moses is, and these are laws that have never been mentioned before. This law, the atonement for an unsolved murder, is never mentioned anywhere else in the Torah. Not that I can think of anyway. I'm quite sure it isn't. Marrying a captive woman, that's not mentioned anywhere else. So these are new laws that Moses is basically giving to the people of Israel before they enter the land of Israel, which raises a whole question as to, you know, where did these laws come from? Why didn't Moses give them earlier? The Israelites have been traveling now for 40 years. Well, one answer is that a lot of these laws have to do with what you do when you enter the land of Israel. It even says explicitly, for instance, where was it? Here. In verse 1, so if you find a dead body in the land which Yahweh your God is giving you as an inheritance, giving you to inherit, okay? So these are all have to do with entering the land of Israel. That's maybe the primary explanation as to why these laws are coming now. The laws of war. Okay, these are all after or as Israel is ready to enter the land, because they have to attack the Canaanites. They're going to maybe go to war outside of the land of Canaan. Okay, all right. Verse 10. And by the way, that's the same phrase that was used in Deuteronomy 20. Here, al oivecha. So these laws regarding if you've married, if you're engaged to a wife, if you built a house but you didn't live in it yet, then you go back. You don't go out to war, but it starts with that same phrase. When you go out to war against your enemies, and Teitzei, when you go out, that's the name of the parsha. That's the name of our parsha. Parsha Teitzei, right? As we see here. Teitzei. I'm highlighting it there. And one second, please. One second. All right, so right, so Teitzei, that's the name of our parsha. It appears in Deuteronomy 20, Teitzei, but it also appears now. We're at the beginning of our parsha, actually, finally. It appears here in Deuteronomy 21:10, Teitzei lemilchama, when you go out to war. And as we've said many times, the names of the parsha, the names of the parshas which were given by the rabbis, I don't remember exactly when, I'd have to look it up, are usually the first significant words of the parsha. In other words, the first non-common words of the parsha, because if it were just common word like Moshe Amar, then Vayomer Moshe, then every parsha would be called Vayomer Moshe. Okay, but so it's the first rare or non-common words in the parsha. So here we have Teitzei, when you go out to war. Okay, and that's the name of the parsha right there. Teitzei lemilchama al oivecha, against your enemies. V'natnu Yahweh Elohecha biyadecha v'shavita shivyo, and God gives it into your hands, meaning the city, or I guess the people that you're going out to war against. V'shavita shivyo, you take possessions as spoils. So spoils usually consisted of women, children, and possessions, and actual things, actual physical objects, silver, gold, whatever was worth anything. The men were either sometimes taken as slaves, as we saw in the case of a city that makes peace with the Israelites, and sometimes they were just killed. But generally, the possessions, the spoils, are considered the women, children, and the physical treasures of the city, and the livestock, I should say, also, and the physical treasures of the city. So you can break it down into those four categories. Okay, women, children, livestock, and the physical possessions of the city. Okay, so Weraita b'shivya eshet ifat toar, and you see among the spoils eshet ifat toar, literally a well-formed woman, a woman of a beautiful form, basically a beautiful woman. And you desire her, and you wish to take her to you as a woman, as a wife. You wish basically to take her as a wife. Verse 12. So yes, this was common. But there are laws. The Torah, being the moral document that it is, doesn't say you can't do that, because that's what people did. But it gives laws around how to do it. So if you're going to take a beautiful woman as your wife from a conquered city, then this is what you do. Verse 13. והסירה את שמלת שבייה מעליה. So let's start with that one. You shall take off of her, you shall remove from her captivity garment. So a lot of times, this could mean one of two things. It could either mean that which she was wearing when she was captured, or sometimes you will see it in the archaeological record. You'll see that they'll put garments, almost like prison uniforms, on the captives of a city. So it would be interesting. I'm curious. Let's see how it deals with that one. 13. He'll have a field day with this one, because he's kind of a liberal dude, and this is definitely not taking a woman as the spoils of war is definitely not doesn't fit in with a modern Western mentality. Let's put it that way. So this is what he says. The same epithet is attached to Joseph in Genesis 30. Just Egyptians, mistresses, lustful gaze. Okay. Throughout the ancient Mediterranean world, captive women of vanquished peoples were assumed to be the due sexual prerogative of the victors. Compare Briseus at the beginning of the Iliad. This law exceptionally seeks to provide for the human rights of the woman who falls into this predicament. Oops. And take her for yourself as wife. This expression is proleptic. I have no idea what that means. The victor, desiring the woman, intends to make her his wife, or rather concubine, but that intention, as the next two verses clearly indicate, cannot be realized until the end of a 30-day period after he returns home with her. So proleptic, let's look that up. Another word that Robert Alter uses. I guess he wants to help me prepare for my SATs or something like that. Proleptic. Retroactively calculated using a later calendar than the one used at the time. To make comparisons more simple, all dates are shown using the proleptic Gregorian calendar. So I guess he means like retroactively. It's kind of his fancy way of saying retroactively. Let's look at that again. The expression is proleptic. No, he's wrong. Yeah, okay. It's a grammatical point, but okay. I see what he's saying. Hold on a second. Nah, he's wrong. He actually translated this, in my opinion, incorrectly. It's a grammatical point, but basically what's happening here, Fatoan chashachta ba v'lakachta lecha leisha. So he's translating this as, how does he do it again? You desire her for yourself as a wife, but I think he's translating it incorrectly. So chashachta means if you should desire her, and if you should want to take her, or if you should desire to take her for yourself as a wife. It's a technical grammatical point. I don't want to get into it right now, but he's translating this as the past. Basically, this is an and he's translating this as the past form of to take. So, and you take her, or you took her for yourself as a wife. And so he's saying that this is now looking back after you took her as a wife. I disagree. In fact, I'm surprised actually that he would translate it this way. What it really means is, for the grammatical technical point of view, this means this vav here is what's called the vav hipuch, the conversive vav. It changes past into future, future into past, or more technically speaking, it changes the perfect into the imperfect, and the imperfect into the perfect. So we have here chashakta, which means you desired her, but because it has this conversive vav, this vav hipuch before it, it changes it from the past to the future. So it means if you should, or if you will desire her. And then again, we have this vav here, okay? So this vav serves as two purposes. It serves as the conjunction and, but it also serves again as the vav hipuch, or even if it doesn't, you could say that this vav hipuch is now going to extend out to this verb over here. Again, sorry, this is a bit too technical for some people, but maybe others would be interested. So even though it says, and you took her, literally, if I were to translate literally, and you took her for yourself as a wife, that's not what it's saying. This vav takes it from the past into the future, and it really means, and you shall take her, or you desire, because the future doesn't always mean will do, it means hope to do. It depends on the different mood that it's trying to express, but it can mean hope to do, desire to do, think to do, pray to do, intend to do. It can mean all kinds of different things depending on the context. So that's what it means here. Maybe intend would be the best translation. So, and you intend to take her for yourself as a wife. So basically the way that this should be translated is if v'raita, if you shall see. V'raita, again, is this vav hipuch, changes the past tense raita, you saw, into the future. If you shall see, if you will see. B'shiviyah, in the spoils of the city that you attacked. Eshet ifatoar, a woman that has a beautiful form. V'chashakta ba, and if you shall desire her. V'lakachta lecha leisha, and if you shall intend, or if you shall want to take her for yourself as a wife, then, and we'll learn about the then. But his whole point here, again, and it's in my strong opinion incorrect, because he's translating this incorrectly. And take her for yourself as wife. He's saying that this is already an established fact, that you've already taken her as a wife, and now you're looking back on it afterwards. Again, it's a kind of technical point. You desire her and take her for yourself as a wife. I think he's translating it incorrectly. I'm a little bit surprised at him, actually, but that's okay. He's usually very, very good. Okay, but neither here nor there. Let's get back to the less technical stuff. Without their now dead males, taking women would be rescued. Absolutely, good point, Phil. That's a very, very good point, right? In the ancient world, and I hate to say it, even in the modern world, it's very difficult for a woman to survive without a man. That's just the reality. I guess in the modern world, it's maybe a little easier, but it ain't so easy. And it certainly was practically, next to impossible back in the day, as the story of Ruth kind of proves. Okay. So let's go on. So this is what you do. You want this. You see this beautiful woman as a captive of war, and you want to take her as your wife or your concubine. So you bring her into your house. That's the first thing you do, okay? And as Robert Alter pointed out, we're going to see. Okay, so a lot of people. Excuse me for 1 second. So a lot versus two ways. A lot of people who, already have decided that they hate the Torah and they consider God to be the God of the Old Testament, to be an angry and vengeful God, and the whole thing BS and blah, 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 blah. They're going to look at these verses and they're going to say, look at what a cruel, mean document the Torah is. It's saying you could take a woman as your possession in war. You can take a captive woman as a spoil, as one of the spoils of war. Why didn't the Torah just say you can't do it at all? Right? Just just let the woman be. You can't take her as your wife. You can't, that's human trafficking. That's modern day slavery. That's blah, 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 blah. That's the way, sadly, that too many modern Westerners will look at these verses. But that's really not what's going on here. It's quite the opposite. These verses are designed to protect this woman. These verses are designed to give this woman a new life. Because the fact of the matter is, this is just the way wars were carried on, and they are today. Look at the Ukraine. How many widows are there and orphans are there in the Ukrainian war? Right, the times have really not changed that much. And what's going to happen with them? What happens with all those orphans? What happens with all those widows? Well, if they were to follow the Torah, then some of them might be taken care of, where they would be cared for, and they would just not be abandoned to the elements. So it is absolute baloney to say that this is, an evidence of a mean, cruel, primitive Torah. This is evidence of just the opposite. This is the evidence of a caring, and and merciful God as expressed through these laws in the Torah. Okay, so this is what you have to do if you want to take this woman. You saw this beautiful woman, you want to take her as your wife. So verse 12, so you bring her into your house. That's the first thing, right? You don't put her out like in the slave pits or something like that. You don't chain her up like a dog or something like that. You take her into your house. That's number one. And yes, you can interpret house as household, but even that's the same thing. When it says language like you take her into your house, your household, that means you're bringing her into your inner sanctum. You're bringing her into your family, your extended family. That's really what it's saying here. What? So you shave her head and you trim her nails. Now, you're going to get a lot of different explanations for what this means. We can take a look at them. One of the most common ones is that this is a sign of mourning when you shave her head, trim down her nails, right? You pare her nails because women like long nails, as anyone who is or has been married certainly knows, especially when they come back from the beauty parlor and say I spent $85 on my nails. So this may be mourning rituals, number one, because it's common for a mourning ritual was to either let down your hair or to pull out your hair or even to cut your hair. These were all mourning rituals. So one could see this as allowing the woman to carry out mourning rituals, paring down her nails. In other words, not making herself not look pretty because she's just lost everything. So it's not exactly the time she wants to look her most beautiful. She wants to make herself not look beautiful in order to symbolically, show the pain that she's experiencing at the death of her family. So, and another reason that's often given is that she shaves her head in order that she should not look beautiful to the man that has taken her now as a spoil of war, and pare her nails. So she's going to look like, I don't know, Sinead O'Connor or something like that. I mean, would you want to get it on with that woman? I don't think so. So at any rate, didn't she die recently? Oh, well, I don't know. But at any rate, and we're going to see why that's relevant. So let's go on to verse 13. Weisira et simlat shivya me'aleha, and you take off her captive garment. One second here. Right. You take off the garment of her captivity from off of her. So, and that again represents that by taking off this garment of her captivity, which I guess could mean the garment that she was wearing as she was taken captive, or it could mean kind of like a prison uniform that you put on all of the prisoners of war. You put some kind of clothing on that mark them as prisoners. But now you take it off her. You're treating her. You're bringing her into her house. You're letting her into your house. You want to marry her. You are giving her time to mourn. You're allowing her mourning rituals. You're not treating her like a prisoner. You're taking off the garment of her captivity, and she's coming into your house, and she's allowed to carry out her mourning rituals for her deceased family that she lost in war. She's allowed to. She shaves her head. She pares her nails. These are all forms of mourning rituals. Mourning meaning mourning, obviously. And on top of it, it has another purpose, which is to make her not attractive to you, because we're going to see in a second. We'll see why that's relevant in a second. So you take the garments of her captivity off of her. And she shall dwell inside your house, in your house, which again could mean household. It basically means you're bringing her into your household. You're treating her well. You want to give her a new life, basically. Again, in contrast to, let's say, throwing her into the slave pits or something like that, or treating her, chaining her up and treating her like a prisoner of war, like a dog or something like that. No, you're you're bringing her directly into your house. You're making her part of your household. You're giving her time for her morning rituals. You're not treating her like a prisoner of war. You're taking off the garment of her captivity. Okay. And she shall live inside your house, and she shall mourn, she literally cry over her father and her mother for a month, yarech yamim, for a month worth of days. So you give her a 30-day morning ritual, which was common. We see this in a number of other places in the Torah, 30-day morning ritual. For instance, when Jacob, I believe, dies, is a 30-day morning ritual. So we see this, and they even have in modern Judaism the idea of the Shloshim, which is the first 30 days of mourning after the death of a close loved one, like a parent or, God forbid, a child or something like that. So now you're giving her 30 days or a month worth of days to mourn for her mother and father. And again, it doesn't say like anything about mourning for her husband or mourning for her children, because the implication here is she's probably a virgin. That we're probably talking about a young woman who is, has never been married before. I think that's the implication here, although not 100% necessarily, but that's the implication, or that's the assumption that's most of the time the type of women that will be taken, that will be desired as wives. And afterwards, meaning after this month-long mourning period, then she shall come to you, and come to you means sexually, meaning she shall come into your bed, have sexual relations with you, and you shall be the husband over her. But again, this here implies, in fact, in later here, bi'ilah or ba'al means to again have sexual relations with. So I think that's the implication here. You shall act as the husband towards her. Maybe would be a good translation, but basically, this language, she shall come into you and you shall be the husband over her, or be the husband to her, is implying you at that point you can now have sexual relations with her. You can consummate the relationship. And she shall be for you a wife. She'll become your wife. Okay, and it doesn't say. So Robert Alter said wife or concubine, but I don't think that's the implication here. It never uses the word shifcha or almana. There are other words that are used when we're talking about a concubine. A concubine is maybe like a lower rank wife, someone who doesn't have the same status, because everyone, whether you like it or not, in ancient Israel and even today, whether people want to admit it or not, everyone has their rank, their position. I always say everyone in Israel knows their name, rank, and serial number. Some have a higher rank, some have a lower rank, some are more beloved, some are less. That's just the way it is, and the Torah doesn't make any apologies for it and is very explicit about it. So there are words. If this woman were to become a concubine, which would be, let's say, a lower rank wife, then there are words to express that, such as almana or such as shifcha. But the word that's used here consistently is isha, a wife, meaning that this is not. There doesn't seem to be in Robert. I disagree again with Robert Alter. He seemed to imply that this woman is being taken basically as a concubine, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The language here seems to imply that she's being taken as a first rank wife. She's actually going to be have the highest rank among however many women the guy may be married to. So maybe he has 3 wives and 4 concubines. Who knows? If he's a military leader, very possibly. So, but she's being taken. She's not being taken as a concubine. She's being taken as a wife. And I think that this is significant because it's, again, showing that this woman who's being taken as a captive of war is now really being treated well. She's being given a completely new life. She's not being treated like a slave. She's not being, treated like a prostitute or being, sold to someone else or anything along those lines. She's being brought into the house, treated like a queen or a princess almost, given her time to mourn. She's never, her humanity is never degraded. She has her captivity clothes removed and she puts on regular clothes. She really is being treated well. Verse 14. והיה אם לא חפצת בה ושילחת לנפשה מחר לא תמכרנו בכסף לא תתעמר בה תחת אשר עיניתה. So, and if you decide after all that you don't desire her, maybe it's not after all. Yeah, I think that would be the implication. So if you decide eventually that you don't desire her, right, you say, okay, you know, maybe this is not a good idea. You shall set her free. She goes her own way. But you are certainly not allowed to, and it's repetition again. Sell her, or you shall not sell her. Again, repetition equals emphasis in the Torah. But you have absolutely no right, I'll translate it that way, to sell her for money, which would be a common thing to do. If you take a spoil of war, that is now your possession. You don't like her, you sell her, or you could do, sell her as a slave somewhere. But you're not allowed to do that with this woman. Lo titamer ba, you shall not use her as chattel or as possession or as exchange of money. Let's see how they translate this one here. Shall not treat her brutally. Not sure if I agree with that translation. Let's see. 1 second. Tamer, Amar. Deal tyrannically. Okay. I'd always understood a different translation. We can go with that. You shall not, let me just see one more time. What else this word is used. Deuteronomy 21, 24. So, okay. I always understood it as use her as basically currency, but okay, we'll go with that one. You shall not treat her brutally. I don't like the translation. Curious to see let's see how Robert Alter deals with that one. Well, we'll go back to that in a second. But you shall not treat her brutally, because you oppressed her, because you what, Volky? What happened? Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Just 1 second. Okay, so where were we? Because you oppressed her, or you humbled her. Anav is humble, so let's see how they translated her. Yeah, you have humbled. The hand translated here, they translated as humbled her. So basically, you did all this to the woman. You took her as a spoil of war. You brought her into her house. You made it like you're going to marry her. Basically, you put her through the ringer. So if you decide in the end you're not going to go through with this, then you can't just sell her. She's not your possession anymore. You already took her into your house. You've already done enough to her. She's already been through enough. So she's set free, meaning she can go find another husband. Okay? So that's it. So anyone who naively says that these laws are mean and cruel and primitive and all this kind of stuff, I think is just completely missing the point. And when I read these laws, I see the mercy of Yahweh and the caring that he has, even for a captive woman who, if it were other nations, what would they do to their captive women that the Torah does not allow us to do to captive women in war? They would use them as slaves. They would use them as prostitutes. They'd invite the town over to take turns on them. What do they call it? A choo-choo train or something like that. To, choo-choo trainer or whatever. They would sell her down the road. Who knows? They might even kill her. God knows what. Turn her into slave labor. And the Torah doesn't permit any of this. This is a woman who in any other society would be treated like complete, dog crap. And here she's treated with humanity. And I see in this only, beautiful, merciful, kind God. I hope you do too. Okay. So, any questions, any comments about that? we'll go for, let's see, we've been going at it for about 3 hours now. I guess we'll go for a little while longer, maybe to the end of this chapter, and then so we'll go for like another half an hour or something like this. Any questions, any comments? Yes, no, maybe so. All right, drink my sparkling water. The best. Okay. So let's move on. Inheritance rights of the firstborn. This is fascinating. So, oh, and I did want to point out that this cross-references, in a sense, I won't go into it, I don't think now, but Exodus, now I have to remember exactly where it is. It's going to be Exodus 21 or 22. Let's try 21. Yeah. So CF, Exodus 21, 7 through 11. If a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not to go free as male servants do. If she does not please the master who has selected her for himself, he must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners because he's broken faith with her. And I think there in the Hebrew it says also inita, you humbled her. If he selects her for his son, let's look at that one in a second. If he selects her for his son, he must grant her the rights of a daughter. If he marries another woman, he must not deprive her, the first one, of her food, clothing, and marital rights. If he does not provide her with these three things, she is to go free without any payment of money. So here we're talking about a situation where a man sells his daughter basically as a concubine. And then it turns out that the man who she sold him to doesn't like her. And now what happens to her? He wants to get rid of her. He says, no, this just ain't working out. Then he also, just like we saw with the captive woman, with the woman that he bought as a concubine, as a slave, basically. They translate as servant, but it really means slave, but it really means concubine, right? He has no right to sell her. It's the same thing with the woman captured in war. He has no right to sell her. Here we're talking about an Israelite woman, ostensibly, who sold it as a concubine. And so he has no right to sell it to foreigners outside of Israel. And because he's broken faith with her, and I'm pretty sure in the Hebrew it says there, initiha, in other words, humbled her, the same word that's used in these verses here in Deuteronomy 21, 10 through 14. And then if he buys her not for himself, but for his son, in other words, he says, hey, son, guess what? Graduation present. Have a concubine. You know, it's, what is it? Let's see. I don't know. Graduation present, I guess the rich Jews on Long Island, you get it if your graduation present is like a Maserati or something. If you're an Indian, your graduation present is a gas station or a 7-Eleven, which is a lot more useful than a Maserati, to be honest. And I guess if you're an ancient Israelite, your graduation present is, hey, you did great, congratulations, you got your high school diploma, and your son, have a concubine as a graduation present. So that was, I guess, common present for that a father buys his son in ancient times. But in all seriousness, so if he buys this woman as a concubine for his son, he must grant her the rights of a daughter. So he has to treat her kind of like a daughter. Again, if this son marries someone else, then she still has to be not deprived of her food, clothing, and marital rights. So she's not to be just tossed into the garbage bin or into the back seat when he finds another woman. And if he can't do that, then she goes free. And again, we see the similarity because here also, if the man decides that he doesn't want the woman captured in war, then also he has to set her free. He can't sell her or do anything else with her. Okay. So we look at the Hebrew here for a second. So this is 21:7 through 11. And I'll just read through it very quickly. Oops. וכי ימכור איש את ביתו לעמה, and that's the word for a concubine. Remember we said before that here with the captive woman, the word for concubine is not being used. It's saying isha. Okay? Lakachta lecha leisha. That's not a concubine. That's not the word for concubine. That's the word for a wife. Here, the word ama is used. That's one of the words usually translated as maidservant, but it means basically a concubine. Lo tetzei ketzei avadim, verse 8. Im ra'a be'anei adoneha, asher lo ya'ada, v'hevda la'am nochri, lo yimshol lemachra bigdo ba. So you can't sell her to a foreign people. This is the woman that was purchased for himself or for her son as a concubine. And it doesn't say it's similar. Here it says that you have to set her free because you humbled her. Inita. Here it uses a slightly different word. It says bigdo ba, because you betrayed her. You were unfaithful to her. You backstabbed her. You betrayed her. Right? You didn't stick with your deal. You bought her and then you didn't want her, right? So because you betrayed her in that way, you can set her free. No, that's afterwards. Because you can't sell her to a foreign people. It's the same idea. Here, if you've humbled her, then you have to set her free. Verse 9. Va'im livno yi adena kemishpat ha-banoth ya'asela im heret yikach lo she'era kisufa we'o natha lo yigra. So we spoke about that. That's if you take another woman, then you cannot reduce what she needs. V'im shalosh ere lo ya'asela v'tzah hinam in kasef. And if you cannot take another woman, or if the son takes another woman, it's talking about the son, but it doesn't matter. So if the son takes another woman, then he cannot, reduce what she needs. She has to still be provided for all her needs. And if the son cannot provide for all her needs, then he has to let her go free. Just like over here, if the man decides that the captive woman is not for him, he doesn't want to marry her after all, then he has to mishilachta lenafsha. He sends her on her way. He sends her out free. So there's a lot of similarities here between these two sets of laws. Here, a man purchasing for himself or for his son a young Israelite woman as a concubine, and here an Israelite man capturing a foreign woman as one of the spoils of war. And we see a lot of similarities there. So cross-reference that if you want to check it on your own. Deuteronomy 21:10 through 14, and the similarities between that and Exodus 21:7 through 11. 7:11. Okay. So let's get a little Robert Alter on our verses at the very least. Again, any questions, any comments? Let me go back over to here. Let's see if anybody has anything they want to ask. Some people think that is why Scandinavian women are so beautiful, because the early Viking conquerors. Okay, I got it. All right. Okie dokie. So, yeah, we want to get some commentary here. So, on those verses, a woman of comely features, verse 12. So we saw that one of the things that the first thing you do is you allow her to shave her head and pare her nails. And there's a lot of different interpretations of what that means. I give you what I think it means. I think it's a pretty solid interpretation, but there are others as well. Several of the medieval Several of the medieval Hebrew commentators construe this as intended to make her unattractive. No, that's a bunch of baloney. It might be a side effect, but I don't think that's the main part. That is, her captor, having been smitten with desire when he first saw the beautiful woman, may now have second thoughts about her desirability and change his mind. But especially since trimming the nails would scarcely impair her attractiveness, it is more likely that this cutting of excrescences, another word, thank you, Robert Alter. You know, because of this dude, I'm gonna score like 1600 on my verbal SATs. Do they even have verbal SATs anymore? I mean, I get the idea of what it means from the context, but just let's look it up anyway. A distinct outgrowth on a body or plant resulting from disease or abnormality. Okay, excrescence. Okay, try using that the next time you're, like, I don't know, buying a sandwich at the Subway shop or something like that. Yes, there seems to be an excrescence on the spinach. Maybe you can give me some different spinach. Okay, so right, where were we? Growing from the body, together with the removal of the garment, captivity is a rite of transition that marks a woman's transformation from the daughter of an alien people to a fit mate for an Israelite man. So he interprets it that way. That's another interpretation I've heard often, but I think, again, it's mourning rituals. It's allowing her to carry out her mourning rituals. Paring the nails, cutting the hair, these are all common mourning rituals. Basically making yourself not look all gussied up. The period of 30 days, the set duration of all mourning, right? We mentioned that's a common mourning period. For keening for the parents she's left behind is another indication that the law encodes a ritual of transition. Sure. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so come to bed with her. So yeah, literally come to her, as we mentioned, that is a euphemism for have sexual relations, and Robert Alter correctly picks up on that and therefore gives the translation adding the word to bed, even though that's not literally what it says. Literally come to her, but he translates it as come to bed with her, correct? In my opinion, clearly, for the implication of this particular idiom for sexual intercourse, see the comment on Genesis 6:4. Okay, master her. I translated that as become her husband, but I also said that this implies that he's now going to have sexual relations with her. That those two words come to him, and she shall be husband over her. Both imply sexual intercourse, sexual relations. The word Baal means to cohabit, to master, to exert the capacity of a husband. But really, it's implying, again, sexual relations. Okay, if you like or not, the implication is that this disinclination towards the woman occurs at some point after she's become the man's sexual partner. Think about that. Yeah, he might be right, actually. Hold on a second. Let me read it again in the Hebrew. לתוך ביתה שביעה מעליו וישבה בביתך ואת אביה ואת אמה ירך ימים ואחר כך אוקיי והיה אם לא חפצה בה ושילחתה נשם אחר לו. Okay, yeah, I think actually he's right. I'd always interpreted that this is meaning within that 30-day mourning period before he takes her as a wife. If he decides he doesn't want her, then he has to set her free. He can't sell her. But what Robert Alter is saying is that this means he's married her, and then he wants to basically divorce her. He says this just ain't working out. And then at that point, he has to set her free. He can't sell her. Okay, I think that's solid. That makes sense, actually. And garner profit. So Robert Alter does agree with me. So litamer over here, or titamer, I translated as use her as chattel or use her as currency. Basically trade her for money. And we saw that the translation said treat her horribly or treat her terribly or something like that. And I questioned that translation. Now Robert Alter's agreeing with me that it actually just means treat her as currency, but he translated as garner profit. The Hebrew verb hitamer occurs only here and in 24/7, and its precise meaning is uncertain. Many understand it to mean enslave. Abraham ibn Ezra cites a supposed Persian cognate meaning slavery. The translation is based on the conjecture that the verb may be related to omer, sheaf of grain, and hence have something to do with extracting material benefit as in a harvest. Fair enough. abused her. We translated that as humbled her. But yeah, I think that's a good translation. The verb ina, abuse, debase, afflict, is also sometimes used for rape. And its employment here stringently suggests that the sexual exploitation of a captive woman, even in a legally sanctioned arrangement of concubinage, is equivalent to rape. I don't think I'd go that far. Let's see again the Hebrew. I don't think so, but I don't agree with that one. But okay, interesting take on it. Okay, so now we go on to the inheritance rights of the firstborn. Let me see if any questions or comments have come up. So I'm doing it differently, so we don't get that whole effect of the window inside the window inside the window inside the window this time. I've improved my technology skills on this end. So okay, remember we usually have the window and a window and a window. So okay, right. So now we can go on to, I guess we'll cover these three laws, and I think we're going to end. So the inheritance rights of the firstborn. Deuteronomy 21:15. Kiti ena leish shte nashim, achat ahova ve'achat snua. So, okay, if a man has two wives, one he loves and one he hates, and hates doesn't really mean literally hates, like, I cannot stand to look at your face for another second. I think some of us have been in that situation, but it just is in contrast. It means one that is more loved and one that is less loved. Of course, the obvious analogy or the obvious reference that comes to mind here, and I think that this is deliberately referring to, is Leah and Rachel. Rachel is called Leah is called the hated wife. She saw that she was hated, and therefore, let's even find that. Let's see here. Yeah. Genesis 29:31. So, and believe it or not, we'll be back into Genesis pretty soon. It's almost the end of the cycle, right? Was it 31? Yeah. So it says here, when Yahweh saw that Leah was not loved, he enabled her to conceive, but Rachel remained childless. Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben. That's the firstborn of Jacob. For she said, "It is because the Lord Yahweh has seen my misery." Reuben means seen a son. Surely my husband will love me now. But let's look at the Hebrew on that one and see what it really says. Right? So it says in verse 31, wa yar Yahweh ki senua le'a wa yiftach et rahma we Rahel qara. So it literally says, and Yahweh saw that Leah was snua, was hated, was the hated one, or was hated. We yiftach et rahma. So he opened up her womb with Rachel qara, but Rachel remained barren. So here it uses that same word snua, hated, but it's very doubtful that Jacob literally hated Leah. It just means that that he had two wives, one that he loved more, or one that he loved and one that he didn't love. And I think, as we saw in the NIV, they don't translate it as the hated wife or that she was hated, but that she was unloved. And that's a much better translation. I'm sure Robert Alter does something similar. Let's see how he does it. Well, he does go for the hated. I'm surprised a little bit, but okay. And what's his commentary on that one? Beloved, hated. There's some evidence that these ordinary Hebrew verbs, when applied to co-wives, have the technical sense of favored and unfavored wives, but it's worth preserving the literal meaning in translation because the language thus includes the possibility of an extreme case. Even when you adore one wife and despise the other, you must grant the son of the woman you despise the rights of the firstborn if they are his due. Okay, so he's explaining. He's leaving it as hated to show the extreme case, but it doesn't necessarily mean, okay, so I actually like that. That's kind of a nice take on it. But yeah, we close this out now. But what it's saying here is, I'll just go with loved and unloved, or more favored and less favored, or more loved and less loved, one that's loved and one that's not loved. So if a man has two wives, one that he loves and one that he doesn't love, وَيَلْدَى لَهُ بَنِيمٌ, and وَيَلْدُوا لَهُ بَنِيمٌ, and they both give birth to children, or maybe to sons, because we're talking about inheritance here. But with the daughters of Tzalafchad, I guess that would also include children or women or girls. Ha'avah u'hasinua. So both the beloved one and the unloved one give birth to children. Wahaya haben habachor le'sni'ah. And I would imagine this is a scribal error. Probably we go to one of the codexes, and then we would see that it probably says snua. Actually, I think they do include the Kri and the Ketiv here usually, so I don't know why they didn't correct it here. But at any rate, Haya haben abachor le'snua. So if the firstborn son is from the unloved wife, from the hated wife, Wahaya biyom hanhilo et banao et asher yielo, and so it shall be on the day that he gives as an inheritance, or he gives his inheritance away to his children, that he is given birth to, or that asher yielo, that he has at the time, lo yuchal levacher et ben ahuva, he cannot treat the son of the beloved wife as the firstborn. The vacher literally means make as the bachor, make as the firstborn. So he cannot make the son of the beloved wife the firstborn. Al pnei ben hasnu'ah habachor. How would we translate this to English? He cannot make the son. He cannot make the son of the beloved wife the firstborn, disregarding the son of the disliked wife, of the unloved wife, who really is the firstborn. That's maybe the way I would translate it into English. In other words, what's the situation? I have two wives. One is the beloved wife, one is the unloved wife, and the unloved wife gives birth to my firstborn son. That's now my firstborn son. He has the inheritance rights, even though he has the inheritance rights of a firstborn son. What does that mean? He gets a double portion. A lot to say about that. We've spoken a lot about that in the past. I'll say a lot more about that in just a second. But that, even if he's the son of if he's my firstborn son and he came from my hated wife, then he still gets the double portion. He still has the rights of the firstborn son. I can't say, well, I'm going to give the double portion to the firstborn of my beloved wife because, I don't really feel like, that's my real son because he came from my beloved wife. And so I'll give him, meaning the son of the beloved wife, the double portion, and the son of the unloved wife will just get a single portion like all the rest of my children. You can't do that. Okay? Jacob did that. I'll talk about that in a second. So even if your firstborn son comes from your unloved wife, he's still your firstborn son. He still has the rights of the firstborn. He gets the double portion of inheritance. 17. Ki et bachor ben hasnu'ah yakir. But what he must do is he must recognize the rights of the rights of the firstborn rights of the son of the hated wife. Latitlo pishnaim, and give him his double portion. B'chol asher yimatzeh lo, out of all of his possessions. I'm doing a lot of paraphrasing here to make it work in English, but I think it flows a lot better this way. Okay, lo asher kol yimatzeh lo, among all of his possessions. Ki hu reshit ono, because he is the beginning of his strength. In other words, we still don't know what Sufi is. Okay, because he is the beginning of his strength, meaning his firstborn son, even if it came from his hated wife, his unloved wife, that is still the beginning of his strength, by the way. When Jacob gives the blessings at the end of the book of Genesis, that's what he says about Reuven. He says that Reuven is Reshit Ono, the beginning of his, or Reshit Oni, I guess it says, the beginning of my strength. Lo mishpat. I'm sorry. Kihu Reshit Ono, lo Reshit Ono lo mishpat bechora, lo mishpat bechora, because he's the beginning of his strength, and to him applies the judgment or the rights of the firstborn. Okay, so I think the situation is pretty clear. A couple things to say. As I mentioned, Jacob violated this essentially. Jacob's firstborn was Reuven. The firstborn of Reuven, I'm sorry, the firstborn or Reuven was, hold on one second, please. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that little distraction. So, yeah, where were we? Right. So, so this is exactly what happened with Jacob. We saw in, what was it, Genesis? I can't remember. But when Reuven is born, we saw that Leah was the hated one. So Yahweh had mercy on her, opened up her womb, and Jacob gave birth to his firstborn Reuben. Jacob later violates this law. It wasn't a law yet, but violates this, and we see a lot of times that laws are later instituted based on the mistakes that the patriarchs made, such as taking a wife and her sister. That's later outlawed in the Torah. And also this case right here, giving the rights of the firstborn to the firstborn of the beloved wife, and taking it taking it away from the firstborn of the unbeloved wife. So that's exactly what Jacob did. Jacob's firstborn was Reuben. Reuben was the son of Leah. Leah was the disliked or the unloved or the hated wife. And then Jacob comes up with, kind of an excuse, I guess. Maybe it was a valid excuse, maybe it wasn't. But he says but it turns out that Reuven slept with, and I don't just mean cuddled with, with Bilhah, one of his concubines, and Rachel's concubine. I'm sorry, yeah, that was Rachel's concubine. And therefore, it says when he's that when he's giving the blessings at the end of his life on his deathbed, he says that Reuven is yes, you're the Reshit Oni, you're the same words that are used here exactly. You're the beginning of my strength, but you were, I think it says Pachaz Kamayim. You were as unreliable, as unsolid as water, and so you Alita Mishkavi, and you went up into my bed. In other words, you did this thing where you slept with one of my concubines, and therefore I'm taking away the rights of the firstborn from you. Okay, so who's left? Who comes after that? Then we have Shimon and Levi. Those are the next two born sons of Jacob. And then Jacob comes up with an excuse to, you'd say, okay, so Reuven's out of the picture. Now it goes to number two. Number two is Shimon. Number three is Levi. And now they're taken out of the picture. And what's the excuse? Again, justified or not justified, we can sit down over a cup of coffee and discuss it. But the excuse that's given is that klei hamas machrotehem, right? That instruments of violence are their wares. In other words, it seems to be a reference to what they did in Shechem with Hamor, when Shechem, the son of Hamor, raped Dinah, and then they basically burnt down the city and killed everybody. So now Shimon and Levi are out of the picture. Okay, who comes after that? Yehuda. So Yehuda is the fourthborn of Jacob, and essentially he is given kind of given the rights of the firstborn. Among the children of Leah, Yehuda essentially assumes the role of the firstborn. And that's why, in my opinion, later on, that's why David prophetically comes from the tribe of Judah. That's why Judah is, when you see the blessings, he's given this position of basically leadership and kingship. So basically, Reuven, Shimon, Levi are thrown out of the picture, and the kind of rights of the firstborn end up with the fourth-born son of Leah, and that's Yehuda. But he doesn't really get the double portion. In fact, he doesn't get the double portion. What Jacob actually does is violate this law here and chooses as his quote-unquote true firstborn son, he chooses Joseph. That was the firstborn of his beloved wife, Rachel. And how do we know this? First of all, we know that Jacob completely fawned over Jacob. He gave him the magical Technicolor dream coat, which no one is really sure what Ketonat Pasim means. But okay, that we'll call it the striped coat. And we know that was without a doubt his favorite son. We know his second favorite son seemed to be Benjamin, who was kind of a replacement once Joseph was out of the picture, once he was sold into slavery in Egypt, and Jacob didn't see him for how many years was it? I think 17. Got down there when he was 17. I can't remember. We figured it out one time, but something like 17 years. And maybe it was more than that. But at any rate, Jacob basically treats Joseph as the firstborn. And how do we know that? First of all, we see the blessings that he gives Joseph on his deathbed after they're reunited. That's number one. And number two, we see it explicitly in Genesis chapter 48 or thereabouts. I will show you exactly where Jacob basically says explicitly. Yep, Genesis 48. It's the incident of Ephraim and Manasseh, and very specifically, it's this verse right here. One second. Just find it. Him. Here we go. This is the verse. It's Genesis 48:5. ואתה שני בניך הנולדים לך בארץ מצרים עד בואי אליך מצרימה לי הם. It's actually, if you want to pin it down, it's these two words. Li hem. They are mine. Ephraim and Menashe. Ephraim and Menashe keruven with Shimon you li. Ephraim and Menashe will be to me like Reuven and Shimon. Meaning, what does this mean? As I explained when we learned the book of Genesis, okay, if you have Jacob, I don't think you guys can see my hands, but you have Jacob, and one generation below are the 12 sons, and then below Joseph is Manasseh, is Ephraim and Manasseh, and basically Jacob moves Ephraim and Manasseh up the chain, replacing Joseph. So now there are essentially not 12 sons or 12 tribes; there are actually essentially 13 tribes. Joseph is broken into two tribes. He's broken into Ephraim and Manasseh. In the count, we usually see 12 tribes. Why do we see 12 tribes? Because usually Levi is taken out of the count, right? Because he's considered separate. He's dedicated to God. Kohanim, you know the thing, right? So Ephraim and Manasseh are brought up a generation and considered. Here it says, Lihem, they are mine. They will be to me. Keruven with Shimon, like Reuven and Shimon. So just as my sons, Reuven and Shimon, are considered my direct sons, I am now going to consider Joseph, your two sons, my two grandsons. I'm going to consider them as if they're my direct sons. And in fact, Ephraim and Manasseh become tribes in Israel. There's no tribe of Joseph. We never hear about a tribe of Joseph. We hear about, sometimes the word Joseph is used to represent Ephraim and Manasseh together, but we always hear about the tribes of Ephraim and the tribes of Manasseh, because Joseph is broken into two tribes, because Joseph is given the double inheritance, because in Jacob's eyes, Joseph was the firstborn, and Joseph was not Jacob's firstborn. Jacob's firstborn was Reuven. Reuven was the son of the unloved wife, of the hated wife, Leah, but Joseph was the son of the beloved, the firstborn of the beloved wife, Rachel. And so Jacob violated the commandment we're learning about right now. It wasn't yet a commandment, but he violated what later became a commandment, which is probably why this was made a commandment. And he gave the double portion, he gave the double inheritance to the firstborn of his hated wife, of his beloved wife, even though that was not his firstborn. His firstborn was Ruvain, the son of his hated wife, Leah. Okay, hope that kind of makes sense. So where were we? Yeah, of course. Laban tricked him into marrying Leah. Of course, he specifically requested Rachel. Obviously, I mean, it wasn't Jacob's doing, but that's the way it ended up, and that's the whole point. Jacob never wanted to marry Leah. He didn't want to take her and treat her as an unloved wife. He was tricked into it. So we can't blame Jacob for ending up with Leah. He was totally tricked into it, but that's the fact of the matter. He just did not love her in the same way that he loved Rachel. And according to what we're looking at here, if this law were instituted back then, he would not have been allowed to do what he did, which is to give Joseph the double portion, to give Joseph the double inheritance, treat him like the firstborn, even though he was not the firstborn. But he did so by breaking Joseph into two tribes, moving Ephraim and Manasseh up the ladder one generation, and treating them as if he were his own sons, meaning that Joseph is now broken into two, getting the double portion. Okay, I think we may end now. Maybe what I'll do is, well, it's only a little bit left, even though these are very interesting topics. I'll just read quickly to the end of this chapter, and then we'll call it a day. It's been a long study. So we have in verse 18, Ki le'ish ben sorer umore. If we have I love this one. If a man has a sorer umore, a sorer is like a wild, let's say how to translate here, stubborn, umore, and rebellious son, stubborn or a wild and rebellious son. Basically, you all know the type. Teenagers. Enenu shomea beqol aviu. He doesn't listen to the voice of his father. He doesn't do what his father tells him to do. Beqol imo, or to the voice of his mother. Why? Isru oto. Wulo ishma alehem. And they try to get him in line. Literally, they try to chastise him, but I don't even know what the hell I know what the word means, but it's one of those words that nobody takes seriously. So they try to get him in line. Basically, they try to beat some sense into him. V'lo yishma alehem, but he will not listen to them. Okay, so we got a real problem case here. This kid is just out of control, like the type that would end up in like juvie in this day and age, or would end up like in some group home as a ward of the state because he's just uncontrollable. That's the type of kid we're talking about here. Okay. With tafsu bo, but in ancient Israel they handled it slightly differently. They didn't send him to juvie, and they didn't send him up to a program where he can talk about his emotions or something like that. No, what did they do? Tafsu bo aviu wa imo. His father and mother grabbed him, and they took him out, and they took him over, and they dragged him over to the elders of the city. We saw the elders of the city before. These were the same guys who went down to measure the distance between the dead body that was found out in the field, and the ones that won the contest were then the ones that had to bring down the heifer, the young heifer. I guess young heifer is redundant. The female, I guess heifer means young and female, so bring down the heifer and break its neck and all that stuff with the dead body that we learned about earlier. And they bring him out to the city of his, to the gate of his place. We've spoken many times, the gate of the city. That's where all the action was. That was basically like the town square of today, or like the city hall kind of thing. All the courts were there. All the markets were there. That's where all the action took place, because that's where everyone was going in and out of the city. And cities usually only had one gate, because more gates, more vulnerabilities for the enemy to attack. So basically they dragged them over to the court. Is basically what it's saying, to the elders, to the council of elders. So they're like, this kid is out of control. We've tried to get him under control. We've tried to knock some sense into him. We've tried everything. Nothing's working. This kid is a complete lunatic. He's completely out of control. So now we have no choice. We're going to grab him and we're going to drag him over to the court system, to the council of elders. Verse 20, Amru el ziknei iro, and they said to the elders of the city, they said to the elders of ziknei iro, of his city, I guess his either referring to the father or maybe referring to the son, Binenu ze sorer umorei, this son of ours is totally out of control and rebellious, stubborn and rebellious, or wild and rebellious. Inenu shomea bekolenu. He doesn't listen to what we tell him. He doesn't listen to us. Literally, he doesn't listen to our voices. Zolel v'soveh. So they usually translate this as he's gluttonous and drunkard. And then the rabbis come along and say, well, blah, blah, blah. Well, you can read what the rabbis say about it. But at any rate, he's a drunk. He drinks a lot and he eats a lot. Okay, this kid is totally nuts. He's totally out of control. We cannot control him. Okay, what happens? So all the men of his city stone him to death with stones, or pelt him to death with stones. Wamet, and he dies. And so you shall burn out the evil from among your midst. And all of Israel shall hear about this and shall fear. So that's the way they dealt with an out-of-control kid in ancient Israel. No juvie, no reform school, no tell me about your emotions, none of that. Just take him, we tried everything we could. This kid is totally out of control. So you just drag him over to the elders and then everybody stones him to death. Hey, problem solved, right? And as Phil correctly says, prevent behavior by the other sons. And that's exactly what it says here. People will hear and fear. In other words, other kids, you get the idea, I better not, I better get my act on, I better get myself under control before that happens to me. Okay. Last verses, and then we're going to end for the day. So if a man shall commit a sin, or shall have committed a sin which results in the death penalty, wahumat, and he's put to death with talita oto al es, and he is hung on a tree, or literally with talita, and you hang him on a tree, but it's really means passive. He's hung on a tree. Lo talin nivlaton al haes ki kavor tikberenu bayom hahu. You shall not allow his dead body, his corpse, to remain, literally to hang out, or literally to just stay. I don't know, how would we translate this? I'll talk about that word in a second. I'll just use it. Stay on the tree. Ki kavor tikberenu bayom hahu. But rather, you must bury him on that day. So you can't let him. If you hang him on the tree, you can't just leave his dead body hanging from the tree until the next day, or any longer than that. On the very day that you hang him, you immediately take him down and you bury him. Ki iklelat Elohim talui, because that which is hanging, because a hanging corpse or hanging dead body is a curse to God. And therefore do not make ritually impure, or make disgusting, or make dirty, or make icky, right? Remember when we spoke about ritual purity and impurity, I would use the word kudis or icky a lot. But do not defile, we'll go with, do not defile your land. Asher Yahweh Elohecha noten lecha nachala. Do not defile the land which Yahweh, your God, gives you as an inheritance. So somehow, by leaving this dead body hanging on a tree, this makes the land impure or dirty, or defiles the land. Let's go with defiles. So this person who's put to death, he must be buried immediately. You can't just let him hang around on the tree until the next morning, or longer than that. So a couple things to say about this. Number one is that why would it defile the land? And I think the implication is pretty clear. It's disgusting, right? There's this dead body that's hanging on the tree. There might be another element to it. I'm sure some of the commentators will pick up on it, that a dead body, one who comes in contact with a dead body, now attracts tu'mat met, attracts death, impurity by contact with the dead. And so it's just a magnet for impurity by the dead. If anyone happens to touch the dead body, or if it's or come in contact with it in some way or another, then they will now contract impurity impurity of contact with the dead. And then you have the whole ritual with the red heifer that we learned about, and that impurity can spread and eventually come back to cause impurity to the tabernacle, because it's spread from one person to the next. And I'm not sure that that's true, actually. I'd have to check, but it certainly spread from the dead body to that person and to one more person. And so that would end up perhaps causing impurity to eventually reach the tabernacle. And as we know from our studies of Leviticus, that's a big no-no. On the other hand, it just might mean a general statement that having dead bodies hanging around on trees all over the place for long periods of time, and what would be the reason they would do that? Maybe as revenge, maybe to set an example. In ancient times, they would sometimes, if a city were attacked, they would take the inhabitants of the city and hang their bodies on the wall, or cut their heads off and put them on the walls of the city. All kinds of stuff like that. As an example, we just learned about what happens to set an example. If your son is out of control, you put him. That sets an example. But maybe you want to leave the body of someone condemned to death hanging for a couple of days to set an example. But it's just, aside from the fact that a dead body can give off ritual impurity, which can eventually make its way to the tabernacle, which is a no-no. It's just disgusting, right? And I think that's really what these verses are implying here. That it's not becoming of a holy land like the land of Israel. So no leaving your condemned prisoners after they're put to death on the gallows. Immediately take them down and you bury them, and that's it. It's forgotten, and you move on to the next thing. But the other thing I wanted to say is that this also, I like to always point down parallels that I see, and this is very, very, I don't know if I would say deliberate in this case, but it's very interestingly similar to, let's find it, it's Exodus 12. So the Passover sacrifice, one of the laws of the Passover sacrifice is, if I can find it, here it is. Second. But I want to find the actual word yalin. Second, is it down below? No, it's not there. I could go very quickly to my Passover spreadsheet. Let's do that. Oh, I think I have that in a different spreadsheet, actually. Unless I moved it here. It is Passover laws. So, let's see. That's Exodus 12:10. That's the one we're looking at right now. Not tiru. So it's not the one I want. 1 second. We'll find it. Just give me a second here, and I'll end on that point. Mm-hmm. 7 days, no one grand. They celebrate Leviticus. Numbers 9:12. That out. Numbers 9:12. No, I don't know where it is. Maybe it's not talking about the Passover sacrifice. Maybe it's talking about sacrifices in general. Wait, one more time. Deuteronomy. One last try. Okay, this is it. Deuteronomy 16:4. Let's try. Yep, there it is. So this is speaking about the Passover sacrifice. V'lo yalin min habasar asher tizbach ba'erev b'yom harishon laboker. So do not allow, this is talking about the Passover sacrifice, do not allow the meat which you shall slaughter to sit, or which you shall slaughter in the evening to sit until the following day in the morning. The same idea. And then it goes on to say that if you do, then you have to burn it. But essentially, you're not allowed to let the meat sit overnight, the meat of the Passover offering to sit overnight until the morning. If you do, if it turns out you do, then you're supposed to burn it. That's in Exodus chapter 12. But here it just says, don't do it. And the word that's used here is exactly the same word. Here it says, v'lo yalin. Here, regarding leaving the dead body hanging on the tree, it's lo talin. Okay? Talin is the feminine verb. Yalin is the masculine verb. And the reason it's feminine here is because the subject is nivlato. His corpse, the word for corpse is nivela, which is a feminine word. So it says Tallinn here, not the capital of Estonia, a different Tallinn. And here it's talking about the basar, and that's a masculine word. So here it says Yalin, but it's the same word. So this is very similar again to this. Here we have a Passover sacrifice. It's considered disgusting or not proper way to treat this special sacrifice to sit overnight. And likewise here, a dead body hanging on a tree should also not sit overnight. And if you do, that's also defiles the land. And it's the exact same word that's used. So let's translate this word for word here. Lut talin, lan means to, the underlying root lamed nun means to dwell, or it's related to the modern and ancient. The same word appears actually in the book of Exodus when Moses is coming back with a tzipora to Egypt. But malon is a hotel. So lan is like to have an overnight stay. So lan literally means to, let's see how they translate it here, to stay overnight, to remain overnight, have an overnight stay, lodge. You get the idea, right? So I'll translate it as remain overnight. So lo talin, but it specifically means to remain overnight. So do not allow his corpse, meaning the corpse of the person who was put to death by hanging, to remain overnight on the tree. Kikavor tikporenu bayomahu, but rather you should certainly bury him on that same day. In other words, on the same day that you hanged him, not hung him, but hanged him. Because a hanging corpse is a curse to God. Titame et admatcha, and do not defile, either ritually or just, in a general sense, do not defile your land, your land which Yahweh, your God, is giving to you as an inheritance. Here, Deuteronomy 16:4. Lo yalin min habasar asher tizbach ba'erev b'yom rishon laboker. Do not allow the meat which you slaughter at night to remain overnight until the next morning. Same verb, yalin, for the Passover sacrifice, and here, talin, for the corpse hanging on the tree. And that brings us to the end of Deuteronomy 21. Any comments, any questions? That actually can mean the day is the beginning in the morning and not like most people think at the evening, because morning everywhere is strong. No, I'm not going to get into that right now. The word day can mean a bunch of different things depending on the context. Day can mean essentially two main things. It can mean a 24-hour period, or it can mean the period when the sun is above the horizon, from sunrise to sunset. In this case, I'm not even sure which case you're talking about, but let's not get the two confused. Okay, at any rate, So, and I'm talking about in biblical Hebrew, the word yom can mean either of those two things. And I know some people who take the word yom too literally. I know one person who calls himself a Chacham, and he actually is. A lot of people who call themselves Hakham Karaite, Hakham Karaite Chacham may not really fit the bill, but this guy really does. He's really very, very knowledgeable in Torah. But as far as I know, I don't know if he's changed his mind, but when I spoke to him a while ago, he said that he believes that Shabbat starts in the morning because it speaks about Yom HaShabbat, the day of the Shabbat, and Yom means specifically the time from when the sun rises until the sun sets. You know, that's not correct. Yom words can have multiple meanings, which are usually related, but have differences depending on the context that they're used in. And yom is one of those words. Depending on how it's used, it can mean either the point in time from sunrise to sunset. That's maybe its basic meaning, but by extension, it can mean a 24-hour period, a day. Like just like we do in English, it's exactly the same, right? We say, oh, is it day out? Yeah, it's day out. The sun is up. Or we could say, what day is today? And that means a 24-hour period. In the first case, it means the period from sunrise to sunset. Second case, it means a 24-hour period. Just like we do that in even modern English. So the Torah does the same thing with that word and similar things with many words. So let's not get bogged down in taking things too literally, because that's the way of the rabbis, even though the rabbis accuse the Karaites of doing that. Words have different meanings depending on the contexts that they're used in. Okay, so with that, any other questions, any other comments? Going once, going twice? No? If not, then I will thank you all for joining me for this study. This has been the World Alliance of Qara'im Shabbat study. I am Hakham Melech Ben Yaakov of the World Alliance of Qara'im, and I will wish you all a Shabbat Shalom and a Shavua Tov, depending on wherever you are in the world. And Be'ezrat Yahweh, we will see you again all next week. Please tell your friends about the study. I would really love as many people to join these studies as possible. Not just for myself, for everybody. I love it when we all interact together and learn Torah together, and I would love to see the study grow. So please get the word out however you can. I have one guy who he probably doesn't want to remain nameless because he seems like he's a pretty outgoing guy, but he's I don't know, he's advertising this stuff on TikTok now. So get the word out, please, and let's get more and more people to come to the study. I would really love that because this is what I love to do. Okay, so appreciate you all coming. I wish you all a Shabbat Shalom and a Shavua Tov. We'll take it out with some music as usual, and Be'ezrat Yahweh. We'll see you all again next week. Shabbat Shalom, Shavua Tov.
The moonlight, it was dancing on the waves out on the sea. The stars of heaven hovered in a shimmering galaxy. A voice from turning ages, so haunting in its song. These ancient stars would tell us our love must make us strong. The breeze had wrapped around me as I stood there on the shore. And listened to this voice like I never heard before. A battles they may find us, no choice we ours to be. Hold the banner proudly, and truth will set us free. My mind was called across the years, the rages and of strife, and all for human misery and all the waste of life. We wondered where our God was, in the face of so much pain, and I looked up to the stars above to find you once again. We traveled the wide oceans, but many call your name. Sword and gun and hatred, it all seemed much the same. Some used your name for glory, some used it for their gain. Yet when liberty they wanted, no lives were lost in vain. Was it not a place to wander as the sky just weep with tears? And all the living creatures look on with mortal fear. It is ours to hold the banner, it is ours to hold it long. It is ours to carry forward, our love must make us strong. And as the warm wind carried its song into the night, it closed my eyes and tarried until the morning light. As the last star it shimmered in the new sun's day goodbye, it was in this magic moment came his prayer from Mother Earth. it was dancing, the waves upon the sea. The stars of heaven heard in shimmering galaxy, and a voice from turning angels so haunting its song. These ancient stones would tell us our love must make us strong.